Akule o, ṣé dáadáa ní ṣọ́kọ̀ jẹ̀pọ̀? Alright. Akọ ọdún kúlíkúlí, akọ ọdún akóyèdùn ẹ̀mí aṣọ́pọ̀ ẹ̀. Preacher's boy is one who said, boy, show. Thank you very much for being here. Lovely Monday evening. Just a few days to the end of the year 2025. Oluwaseun. We have so much to be grateful for as individuals, as a people, as a nation, speaking of Yoruba people, as a country, speaking of Nigeria. We have so much to be thankful for. And a lot of times when people think about the year, around this time of the year, people usually think of things they thought they were going to achieve and they haven't yet accomplished or achieved. So they feel like they missed out on something. But you should be thankful. You should be thankful. Be thankful for life and be thankful for the many blessings you've received. A lot of times our eyes somehow move away from the things we have. We tend to focus on what we don't have. So there's a lot of complaints. And the problem with that is it hampers your ability to see. All right. If you're always complaining and murmuring, your visibility will be inhibited. So you want to make sure that you can see next year, whatever plan God has for you. I'm speaking to you, of course, as a Christian. God shows us things that He wants to do. He speaks to us. He communicates with us. I want to make sure you see those things. I pray that next year will be a better year for you. But even this year, we're going to take Paris. Sorry, ọdún yóò ti parí. Today is the 29th. We still have 2 more days before the end of this year. You never know. Things that you're working on, just might get it done in the next couple of days. But regardless, let's thank God for how far He has brought us and just be grateful. But it's good to be here. Lovely to have everyone here on Monday, December 29th. Interesting. We are here. We should be thankful. All right. Hope everybody is fine. If you're on TikTok, please let's keep our tapping. Thank you for the 2K likes. That's a bit low, but thank you. In the spirit of gratitude, thank you. But let's keep it up, please. Let's try and keep our tapping because these things help get the life on the FYP. So please let's power tap. If you're on TikTok as well, please click on the heart icon above my head, just right here. Thank you so much, Jakesman. Thank you. So please be like Jakesman. Kindly click on the heart icon and join the team. If you're already a member, just drop a gift, a heart me, a donut, whatever it is. All these things help us to get to the For You page. So please let's do this together. Okay? Thank you very much. For those of us joining us on YouTube, please like the live and share as well. Also, if you're on Facebook, kindly like and share. Okay, we're streaming on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, and on Twitch. So hopefully we have to reach as many people as possible. All right, today news. I've been thinking about it. We've had a number of stuff to talk about. We still do have a number of stuff to talk about. Some things we didn't finish last week. But in the pick Meiji Meta, so I didn't want to pick one. So I just got the news and reaction. So we might have to react some of those things much later, right? But that will be after. But just to be sure, we are here. Please let's keep our tapping, please. Our numbers need to get better, so please let's do this together. Help me. That's a meme. Funny thing about those memes is I don't even know the original, where the original thing came from. Help me. I don't know when they carry me. It's something like I don't know where it's carrying me or something like that. I don't know where they carry me go or something like that. But anyway, help me. Let's power tap together. Thank you very much. All right. A lot of things have happened in the last few days. It's a Monday. That means there's a lot of news items. But we'll make sure that we don't. Um, we'll take as many as possible. Okay, and then we'll get into other things. By the way, if you're one of those sending me stuff like news and videos, thank you. Let me be thanking people because people will send you stuff something like, but thank you. It's quite nice, and I really appreciate it. By the way, there's some good things happening this festive period. I guess Shikole is showing in community cinemas. That's Femi Adebayo's movie. It's showing in. I kind of like what he's doing in community cinemas. It's not news, but it's news. But I'm not reading it, but it's something that we have been seeing. I've not gone to see the movie, but I think I've seen the trailer. I think it's a very good work. But he's not using the cinema chains. He's working. He's using community what he calls community theaters, or community cinemas, so event centers. Spaces. It's quite different from the norm. But I wish him all the best. We're looking forward to um, reports of how the film does, but I'm very sure it's going to do well. And while we're waiting for that, Film One put out a statement about Behind the Scenes. That's Funke Akindele's movie. Apparently, um, they just did over a billion naira. So it's a billion 109,463,846 naira and counting. Fastest film in West Africa to cross 1 billion plus naira. Highest single day gross ever on Boxing Day, 129.5 million naira. Highest grossing release of 2025 so far. The only director to cross 1 billion plus at the box office 3 different times. That's from Akindele. Nollywood's highest grossing producer of all time, and the first filmmaker to deliver 3 consecutive 1 billion naira plus films in one calendar year. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. That's Behind the Scenes, a movie by Funke Akindele. And that's verified figures as at 2 p.m. December 29, 2025. So that's today's news. This is fantastic. Fantastic. And I hope she gets to 2 billion. I hope she gets. This is actually quite nice. And of course, the chains would definitely want to work with other cinema chains. Um, I was reading something about the Agation College strategy. Why he's not using that, because it's not all the money that goes to the filmmaker. I'm sure you know. The cinema house will take theirs. They now have to go. Then government will take their own, the taxes. Between those two, a lot would have and then you have to think of the cost of the production and stuff. But with this, I'm sure she's going to do very well. So, congratulations to Funke Akindele, and we're making progress as a people. I haven't said that. I hope you had a great time if you were in Lagos. Me, Tetasha, but I ain't tell fun where you. All I know when you come. Well, I saw the news. It was actually quite good. People went out. We outside. People had fun. I saw the pictures and the videos, and it was quite nice. And it's not annual, so I can't say Ashe share me. Well, Ashe share me. Only my to Tom Bosha. Because you're kinja the lot excuse me, one jáde fún bóyá èèyàn kan kú, or they want to celebrate the ancestors and things like that, but they don't usually. It's not kì í ṣe nǹkan tó wà regular. So, but it was good what I saw yesterday. It also goes to show that when people, in case some people are not getting the idea that, every state in Nigeria has indigenous people, that festival yesterday must have made that sink into people's heads. Well, if they have heads, that Ekonok baby, it belongs to certain people, and this is their own ancestral land. And it was just a fantastic show, if I can use that word. I know there's a spiritual aspect to it, but for those of us who just watched it, the funny thing, then you know what they call that thing? It's called Adimorisha play. Adimorisha play. That's what they've been called. That's what they call it. So they play the festival. That's what concerns people like us, and it's the culture of the people, and it shows that that place is not just, it didn't just appear and it's a no man's land. Every part of the country belongs to somebody, and I think people should know that. And if they didn't, at least they do now. And I'd like to play you something from a journalist, maybe not everything, just a few, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, because it's quite long, from a journalist and media consultant. His name is Kunle Odufuwa. He's an elderly person. So say Baba Kunle Odufuwa. It was on Arise TV, interviewed by by Ruben Abati. So I'd like you to take a listen to just a bit of it. They first recorded that your performance in Lagos Island took place in 1854 during the funeral of Oba Akitoye. Just going to hear a bit of it. By the way, okay, Tomati Sheto Maso, only got to verse Nipa Remo and the connection it has with Eyo. Okay, so let us start with this interview. Please take a listen.
Obado, the first king of Lagos, married.
Sorry, please, can you hear me clearly? I need to be sure. Hello? Okay. So let's go again. The interview on Arise TV. Take a listen, please.
Obado, the first king of Lagos, married Erelu Olugbani. Oba Ado. She had two elderly brothers, Ejilu and Molaki. When the woman did not give birth very early, the brothers came to Lagos to assist. And Olugbani gave birth to Kuti Kun. That was shortened to Kuti. That became Erelu Kuti. Erelu Kuti now gave birth to Shokun and Ologun Kutere. Ologun Kutere later become Oba. It will interest you that the children of Ologun Kutere till date, the descendants of Ologun Kutere through Erelu. The funny thing then was that when Eletukekere, Gabaro, and Akinshemoyin, the elder brothers of Erelu Kuti, passed on, the woman now said, "Look, it's my turn." They said, "How is it your turn?" She said, "Look, I have two sons. I'm a direct blood of the king. And what do? They said they should go and bring one." He took Shokun and put him in Idun Tafa. That is where you have your body Tafa. And put Kutere, who was very powerful, in Igadun Garon to become the Oba. But where we are coming from is that, yes, Ejilu and Malaki are reputed to have brought the Egun Niko and your logede to Lagos. That is why when you look at one of the part of the rules is that women should not put on the shuku, because in days of yore, it was the Oloris that were recognized, easily recognized with the shuku being plaited then.
All right, so it's quite long.
Yes, it has been a long time.
Hear him talking about how
You did not come to Lagos directly.
And by the way, when you hear Lagos here, it's not Lagos State.
They've been having their performances at Okepa. Okepa is at the present Lekki Phase 1. Oba Dosunmu will go every fortnight
to
watch the festival.
Into Lagos Island. He was already in the Lagos environment.
On one of his visits,
what we call Lagos State,
when coming back
on the island itself, and he was brought in
with his entourage, they now saw a tiger.
The first performance
waiting almost by the
was in 1854
by the bank of the
Akitoye.
You know, Lagos there are all channels all over the place.
You know.
And then the Babalawo said,
cultural identity, especially among those who are
and tied with palm fronts.
Fantastic.
And was reciting incantations. And the tiger was moving.
The governor of Lagos State, Babajide. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay, what did that? Oh, dear. Wait, please. Can you hear me clearly? Is it clear? Because I think I can't. No, okay, I've already stopped the video. Thank you. Okay, it's clear, Abby. So normally I'm supposed to be able to hear the feedback, but for some weird reason I can't. But thank you for the feedback. So I was saying that the first recorded Ayo performance in Lagos Island. So when we say Lagos, that Ayo was in Lagos, Ayo was brought into Lagos. It's better to be clear that the Lagos we're talking about is not Lagos State. It's the place called Lagos, Eko. That's Lagos Island. And so the very first time we had Ayo festival or the performance was in 1854 during the funeral of Oba Akitoye. And it was Oba Dosunmu who brought Ayo in. Not into what we call Lagos State now. Is something. So he was saying something about Erelukuti's siblings. I'm sorry, Erelukuti's mother's siblings. And history says that they actually brought Ayo in from Ikperu Remo. And interestingly, when you talk about Ayo today, we think of Lagos. That's the beauty of dynamism in culture. Culture is very dynamic. Things change. And you can adopt something and it becomes really grand. So it was in Ikperu, it was brought in, right? And then you had Obadosunmu later, then bring it to Lagos Island. Anyway, fantastic stuff from Lagos. We're really happy about the event that happened yesterday. It also gives a sense of cultural identity and ownership, right, to the people of the land, particularly Lagosians themselves. The indigents, I mean. So, right, all the best, and it was quite nice. But still, Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, commissioned the Ayo monument at the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History in Onikan. 32 feet tall, some say 39 if you count the base, but the governor says 32. I think the image itself is 32, but Latile is 39. It is the tallest Ayo statue ever created. More than a work of art, it captures the spirit of our heritage and gives visitors a place to learn about Lagos and connect with our history, or with our story. This project was curated by Dotun Popola, and I'm grateful for the care, depth, and creativity he brought to it. The monument is a strong example of what Nigerian talent can achieve when given the space to tell our stories. With this addition, the John Randall Center becomes even more meaningful as a home for our history and traditions, a place built to preserve your Lagos, our Lagos. I'm skeptical of the things I'm seeing in the comment section. If it's wasn't That's the beauty of culture. All right. Moving away from Eyo. You can hear me now. Thank you very much, Andrew. Andrew, I got your feedback. So that was Eyo, and we're glad about that. That's good news. Another good news is that Anthony Joshua escaped on Earth. He was involved in a ghastly motor accident, but he's on Earth. Can you repeat what you saw? With the children, no, they were just dancing. And there were different videos, right? So you see, okay, let's talk about that before I talk about Anthony Joshua. It's actually good news as far as I'm concerned. The accident is terrible, but the fact that he's alive is just beautiful. But to just answer your question, so yeah, I saw the kids. So you see, most of them they were with their mothers. Omagbe, Okpambata, Kekere, Ogbofon. So they'll dance from place to place, and then they will see. Most times they will see, men gathered, and then they will go there and dance. And then they will sing some songs. When to ask him, look on sing is actually only K1. But I was already okay, let him do it was actually quite nice. Like, it makes you feel like the culture is alive. So it was nice to see children. Architect green, some red. It was good. And of course the president was also there, and the governor as well of Lagos State. And yeah, I kind of like what I saw. Now let's go on with the news. Someone says at the other that was with Anthony's son reports that they died. Oh yeah. And that's bad. That's bad news. Let me read from BBC Sport. This is bad. So the way I saw the news, right, was I saw the crash. Then I saw a video of him coming out of the car, so I was excited. But let me read the full report. The Federal Road Safety Corps in Nigeria have posted an image showing the site of the crash that Anthony Joshua was involved in. Road safety officials say 5 adult males were involved in the crash, 2 of whom have died. 2 others escaped on Earth. Joshua was rescued alive and sustained minor injuries. He was taken for medical attention. An update from the Federal Road Safety Corps says a Lexus Jeep involved in the incident was suspected to be traveling beyond the legally prescribed speed limit. They said the car lost control during an overtaking maneuver and crashed into a stationary truck by the side of the road. Yeah. This is actually sad for those who died, but happy that he's alive. But let me say something. I just thought I should say it because I saw it, and I'm still reading another set of nonsense from the comment section. Nigerians there's something wrong with the psyche of the average Nigerian. He thinks he's worse than everybody in the world. He thinks the worst things happen in his land, and if something happens to people, he says it's because the person is unlucky to be in Nigeria. So they used to say some nonsense like Nigeria's happened to them. And you understand what I'm saying when I read this. Someone says he's fortunate. This is what bad governance gets us in Nigeria. Bad and corrupt people in power who only care about their own pocket and not the life of others. And we call ourselves the giants of Africa, and also a land filled with milk and honey, but it isn't working. By the way, this country is going. With the way this country is going, it will take us 50 to 100 years to achieve what America looks like in 2000. Just nonsense. Let me tell you something. Lagos-Ibadan Road is one of the best roads in this country. Someone says BBC have reported it before that Nigerian roads are notorious for accidents. Accidents don't happen in the UK. Apparently, the roads are accident-free, 100%. No, accidents don't happen on the roads of the United Kingdom. It was an accident. Terrible that people died, when people start saying things like, oh, see what Nigeria has become, what report says, and okay, so we went to hit a stationary vehicle, and that's the problem of Nigerian government. Okay, maybe there shouldn't be a vehicle there. The road was good. I mean, you can't blame the people who drove the car and died, because that's not the point. The point is just that when things like this happen, people are quick to find a way to make it about Nigeria's issue and say things like, oh, see what Nigeria has done. It is well. The car is totaled. There's blood on the ground. It's sad. And but in all, I mean, and the crazy part is that the different people who are writing this are mostly from the southeast. Almost 100%. I'm just saying mostly, just because of probability of maybe 1 or 2%. But generally speaking, there are Igbos. How do you age your country this much? It's unbelievable. Someone says, how do cars lose control? I don't want to mention their names, by the way. Nigeria is not a disgraced country. I'm telling you, all the people, all the comments I'm reading, they are Igbos. All. It is well. I also think that at this rate, I mean, may God bless Nigeria, and may the souls of the departed rest in peace. And I'm also thankful that Anthony Joshua escaped on earth. It's like bittersweet, but it is what it is. It is well. All right, let's move away from that and go. I mentioned movies earlier, right? I mentioned what happened with the movie by Shemokale Kono. I want to make sure, I want to put things in perspective. Give me a second. Yeah, I found it. That's, I think this should, let me push this to the last. I'll read it to the end, rather. I'll read it last, right? So I'm going to come back to Fukian Kidele later, because there's something else I want to read, and Omar Jolokwani. So let's get back to other things in the news. So let's listen to the chairman and CEO Airpeace, Allen Oyema. It was on Arise TV, and he said something I didn't know I could hear anytime soon. And then you can judge if he was right or wrong. A lot of people are already already debunking him. Maybe they are right, maybe they are wrong. You can let us know if you know better. But it was on Arise TV, where he said Nigerians are paying the cheapest domestic airfares in the world. Abroad, but in Nigeria, we still have tickets for 125,000 naira, which is less than $60. That was Allen Oyema. I'd like you to hear from the horse's mouth, and then from there we'll read other things or listen to people from FAN who also have something to say on this matter. But let's listen first to the chairman and CEO of Airpeace, Allen Oyema.
Are flying the cheapest fares in the world domestically.
The cheapest?
The cheapest, and I'll prove it to you now. Nigerians are flying the cheapest fares in the world domestically.
The cheapest?
The cheapest, and I'll prove it to you now. Let's go. Can we do it?
Yes,
go ahead.
Okay. I'll go to...
Are you talking about this season or generally?
Not this season, generally. Generally, even this season. Nigerians are paying the cheapest. For instance, go and Google Delta Air. Now, as we sit down here, Google Delta Air. Do Atlanta to Charleston. Atlanta to Charleston is about less than 50 minutes flight.
Yes.
So it's like going to Owerri or thereabouts.
Yes.
Today, is selling, I mean, in 2 weeks' time, say Google 5th of January, so that will give some time. If I do today, you say, oh, it's so because it's today. Just put 5th of January there. You'll be seeing about $400 and something.
But we can't use America alone for comparison.
No, I'm coming.
If we use Europe, for example,
No, I'm coming.
You know that there are options in Europe.
No, I'm coming to
Very
that.
cheap flights.
No.
You know your what do they call them?
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Blue, exactly. Spirit.
No. See, aviation is the same aviation worldwide. We buy our spares from the same market. You buy your aircraft from the same market. In fact, they're even a better state than us. What of the financing? They borrow money at 2%. Nigeria Airlines borrow at 35%. The next shop, they could get their spare parts from the next, or engines from the next shop. In fact, the same airport where they operate from, the MRO might be there. For the Nigerian airline to do any maintenance that requires base maintenance, you have to ferry your aircraft, spending about $400,000, just ferry alone. If you want to buy your engine, you can pay as much as $1.5 million to bring back your engine. He doesn't pay maybe more than $10,000 to move the engine from one point to the other. And when you talk about, when you talk about not Europe or whatever, you cannot compare. It's the same aviation, the same amount of money, the same dollar. Nothing is produced in Nigeria. So 1 hour flight costs over $400 out there. When you go to...
What did you get?
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Say, for a main cabin, it's $459. Delta Comfort, $549. Business class, $600.
Now,
one way trip.
Round trip. I did a round trip.
No, I'm talking about one way.
Oh, do you want me to do one way?
Do one way. You will get $399 for 2 weeks' time. Then maybe in the morning. In the afternoon is about 400 and something. But the basics, $399. When you multiply that by 1,500, you're getting over 600,000. If it's 400, you're getting almost 800,000. In Nigeria, we still have tickets for 125,000. Yeah. We have tickets for 115,000 naira, which is less than $60. Why don't you understand why the mortality rate of airlines in Nigeria is so high? The worst world over. Over 80 airlines have come and gone. Then you talked about Europe. Last night I went in to do BA.
It's $494.
Exactly. You see?
$509 for Delta Comfort one way.
Now, you do British Airways to Manchester. It's less than 50 minutes flight, and you'll be getting about £287. How much is that? You're talking over almost 600,000, 500 something thousand naira already, and that is a 40 minutes flight. And when you come to and over there, no frills. You just go into the aircraft, they give you only water. In Nigeria, everybody wants to eat eba and pounded yam on the aircraft. If you don't give, it's a problem. So please, they should let Nigerian Airlines be. Enough is enough.
All right, thank you very much. So the chairman of Air Peace is saying they should let the airlines be, and he said enough is enough. But he still did not answer the question of how they arrive at the prices they use. For instance, and by the way, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to just tell you what I think. I'll first read what other people have said. So someone on X, Twitter, formerly Twitter, his name is our favorite online doctor. He said this: with all due respect, this is a bloody lie, a total fat bloody lie. Nigerians do not pay the cheapest airfares in the world. This is a shameful, dirty lie serving as an excuse to further exploit Nigerian air travelers. For example, if you do a simple check of flights from the UK to the rest of Europe, you will see so many flights are under £100. Please see the attached proofs. He has done flight prices of Manchester to Paris, Manchester to Berlin, Manchester to Milan, Manchester to Venice, and he even booked it for 2nd January. So let's look at what he says. So on Ryanair, it's 54. Manchester to Paris, £54. That's the other one, £81 on 2nd January. Manchester to Milan, £49. On Ryanair is £46. £61 to Berlin. And then another one is £58. So apparently, is not. I mean, it's long, sure, but the long and short of everything is that the idea that we paid the cheapest doesn't seem like what our guy is saying is factual. But he's not the only one who said that. Our favorite online doctor is not the only one who said that. There's another lady called Genevieve, and she talked about pricing. For her, it was about how they arrived at the money, because people have been using the excuse that someone said, I don't think we can compare UK to US. So why is it comparing Nigeria to US? Why not compare Nigeria to the UK? That's the question. Show me US money. If we can compare Nigeria to the US, I think we can also compare Nigeria to the UK. I think that's the issue. How long is? Let me check. How long is? £2 hours 5 minutes, £61. How long is a flight? These are not local though. That's actually true. Is local not supposed to be more? Please let me ask like I don't know anything. Local flights are meant to be cheaper than international flights. Someone says those are not local flights, and that's true. So the question would be that, is it cheaper to fly outside your country than within your country? Is it meant to be like that? Because if you're going within your country, it's a very valid argument what you're putting out there, by the way, in the comment section, Lord Neo. But I would have assumed, and if I'm wrong, please let me know, I would assume that it's usually more expensive flying outside your country than within your country. But that's just me. But let me know in the comment section. Someone says he himself is mischievous, but his goal is about the survival of airlines business. To be fair, yeah, I mean, as a businessman, he should think about the survival of his companies. However, I think when people begin to ask questions like this, you can't just say, oh, look at what's happening in the US. They can also tell you what's happening in the UK. And continental US, see how big it is. You cannot be saying, think of $400. Let's also use the one that's $10. A big cannot possibly be 69 pounds. And £54 and £81. But I'm still waiting for the answer. Someone said it's international flight. So my question is am I supposed to pay less when I'm leaving my country? Am I supposed to pay less than when I'm traveling within the country? I think that's the only. Someone says for sure domestic flight is far cheaper. That's what I thought. If domestic flight is cheaper and people are flying to Berlin for less than £100, maybe you should have done within the UK, sir. But I think the whole point is that even the one that's international is not up to what the money is saying. Someone says local is more expensive, but international has other nuances like miles and distance. The manner says you can even get under £10 euro within euro. Interesting. All right, I'll leave that to those of you who are experts in these things. But this is what the lady Genevieve had to say. Because apart from the fact that they're talking about, compared with international stuff, someone says sometimes international is cheaper than domestic. Okay. Someone says Ryanair can take you around under 15 euros. Really? You know what? Let's do something. I don't even like what I'm doing right now. Wait. Let's do Hull to London. That's far enough. Or Manchester to London. Because you're actually correct that the person did outside the country. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to read what Genevieve had to say though. So let's use Sky Scanner. Abikalo trip. It is too long slow, Nisha. I've opened too many tabs. I don't want to read what is here. It has to be a joke. By the way, I'm in Nigeria, so what I'm reading right now, I'm still wondering if this can't be true. This cannot be true. Should I read it out? Do you guys want to hear what I'm saying, what I'm looking at? By the way, I'm on Sky Scanner. Manchester to London. Wednesday, January 21, is from 65,869 naira. April, the highest is if I want to travel in October, I'll pay 91,000. Okay, November next year, I'll pay 98,343 naira. If I want to travel next year from Manchester to London. But if I want to travel next month in January between Manchester and London, I'm paying 65,869 naira. I think that answers the question. That's within UK. At least it's within the UK. I'm not even going England to Scotland. It's still within England. So going that way, but it's far away. But let's even try something. Let's do another one. Let's do London to. Oh, it's more better commission in Nigeria. Let's say Gatwick. Let's say London. Let's say Hull. Hull is far. At least it's farther than. Let's try that one. We're doing this live. The man was saying he wants to do it live, but I guess he was, thinking about a lot of things. They're not showing result though. Is it because I put Gatwick? Okay, sorry. We're just trying to. Just trying to see what it looks like. I just think that at the end of the day, right, we pay a lot for these flights in Nigeria, and it's important that people actually are able to speak up. But sometimes they use this Sky Scanner. They say it's because of taxes, so that's what we're going to talk about very soon. I just want to finish this whole thing. I want to see. Oh, that one is far. That's actually far. How long is it? Your name. 478,439 naira. That's and Hull is far. I don't need to know how far it is. 4 hours 35. Sorry, 4 hours from Hull to London. 4 hours. How many flights within Nigeria will to 4 hours, and we are paying the same amount? I think Manchester is actually fair. Why? Because of duration. So duration really is about 4 hours. So at this point, I think there's something else going on, and yes, it should be looked into. I want to look at the exact distance between Manchester and London. Oh, this one is EasyJet. Oh, I think we already made the point. They made a point, right? I was shall I stop over? Someone says it's very expensive in Nigeria. Yeah, it looks like it is. I mean, even when you look at the one that's within the country, apparently, already back on. The highest I've seen with this Manchester to London flight is 123,000 naira. That's the highest. The cheapest is 65,417 naira on EasyJet. Ryanair is 75,378 naira. And this has is even more than Hull. Anyway, I think we already get the point. All right, let's move on to the lady, Genevieve. So people are saying that someone says feeling in Europe is kind of cheap for airlines and so favor their prices and also inter-country taxes. He said they buy fuel in the same place. That's what he said. See, people have to know what they are saying because when he said it, as what I mean by that is that he should have known that he should have said that Nigeria won. He didn't say Nigerian fuel is more expensive. He said that they buy fuel from the same place. We import everything. That's what he said. So let us take him by his word and say, okay, apparently folks in the UK also buy things where you buy things. So are they able to achieve? Are they able to provide the same service at a cheaper rate? Then someone says, no, it's just tax. That tax thing, it was what made me go down a rabbit hole earlier today. What was the tax that I was talking about? So I found something I thought I'd share with you. And for that information, please feel free to write, because I'd like to read some of those thoughts. I like what you put in the comment section. It's just that thing he said that about the fact that it's cheaper. They said they buy in the same place. So since they buy in the same place, come and explain how. Don't worry, I'm just kidding, by the way, but it's a serious matter. So this lady, Genevieve, decided to give us a breakdown because if you're paying for tickets, they give you a breakdown, details of taxes and other charges when you're paying in Nigeria. So here is the crazy thing I saw today. The price of a ticket was 315,200 naira. The airfare is 186,700 naira. That's the airfare, go. The fuel surcharge is 104,000 naira. Taxes is only 18,500. Travel insurance 6,000 naira. So the question is, if the taxes are only 18,500, how come they say they pay about 1 billion taxes and it's very expensive? Then I start asking question: if the airfare is 186,700 naira, then there's something called fuel surcharge. Who does that money go to? So interestingly, God is good. Somebody now came on this stuff and talked about the fact that he was the one who actually introduced the fuel surcharge into the Nigerian market. The name of the person is Yemi Dada. Okay? Yemi Dada. He says, I introduced the use of fuel surcharge in the Nigerian markets to keep to regulation of charging only submitted fares and manage galloping fuel prices many years ago. Airlines that met the practice and do not know the reason use it now to avoid the 5%. That's what he said. Apparently, that fuel surcharge goes to the company as well, not to the government. So it's looking like there's something that we are not being told. The airfare goes to the company, the fuel surcharge goes to the company. Jilling says the surcharge and cheat code. Exactly. So they are saying that the taxes is 18.5, but the fuel surcharge of 104,000 naira goes back to the airline. So the only thing coming out of the airline is taxes 18,500 and travel insurance 6,000. That's 24,500 out of 315,200 naira. And he said it's just a lot of taxes. Now, if they say they're taxing their companies, that's a different matter, because of course there's corporate taxes, and all companies in Nigeria pay corporate tax. Well, should pay corporate taxes. But we're talking about tickets specifically. The person in the comment section, are you joking? Okay, maybe it's a troll. Because how can you talk about your mom like that in the comment section? It's graphic. Don't, please. Anyway, so it looks like this whole taxes thing that people run to, be like there's something else there. And so I found a man called Michael Achimogu. He's the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection at NCAA Civil Aviation, that's the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. And he had this to say. I'm going to play the video later, but let me just read what he put out there. He said, if these taxes, in quote, justify a 350k ticket, why are some operators charging way less for longer distances than a 500k 45-minute trip? This clip was from my meeting with all domestic operators a couple of weeks ago. As far as I'm concerned, the astronomical airfares in December are limited to certain destinations every December because of the high demand. I don't know why anybody would be ashamed to say it as it is. It is never just the airfares, it is the bus fares, it is the Airbnb rates, it is the price of food. How much do you buy chickens at Christmas? It is market forces, it is Nigerians on Nigerians. This is not government. Take a listen to this man, Michael Achimogo. I'll play two of his videos. Here's the first one.
It's looking pressure on young people. Why do you think it's 500,000 tickets? Yes. And
I put it to you, we do not sell tickets for 500,000. Our own, the highest we have said 170,000. Max Air.
Max Air. Come if you come.
All right. More. Okay, there's another one I'm going to play now. I'll read to you what he had to say on this. Take a listen, please.
One of the reasons the airlines have, given for not, delivering the kind of service that Nigerians expect or deserve is that there are multiple taxes, about 18 taxes. That's what they're claiming. How true is this? And how is it really?
And any domestic that says they are paying 18 is a liar.
Oh,
he's lying. Yes.
How do you mean?
I heard this myself.
Okay.
So it was part of the reasons why we summoned the airlines yesterday.
Right.
And we spoke with them. We asked them, we have it on record. They admitted themselves that no domestic carrier pays 18 taxes for domestic flights. Okay. Anybody who makes such an allegation should be ready to prove it. I feel horrible. We understand that the high airfares in this period, and it happens every December. Right? It's down to market forces, demand and supply. We could make those excuses. But the truth is, even these taxes, let's even assume but not concede that there's 18 taxes.
Right.
Where those taxes increased recently, why is the price different in December?
That's a question you should be asking the airlines.
So he put something out. It says here, lies have been told over this matter over and over. I have addressed this on national TV, major news platforms, and via my ex handle. While the NCAA does not regulate airfares, I have invited all of the domestic airlines, bar none, and asked them about these taxes they keep talking about on TV. They all admitted to not paying the volume of taxes being bandied around. I don't understand this 350k and 81k narrative, but I know that for the kind of support that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the aviation minister, Festus Keyamo, and the DGCA Captain Chris Najomo have given to domestic carriers, I see no reason why the government keeps getting thrown under the bus via statements like this. It is even ironic that in the same statement, it is alleged that Nigerians pay the lowest domestic airfares in the world, while also justifying the astronomical airfares that come to play in December, even though there was no hike in taxes or jet fuel. If my inviting the airlines themselves, speaking with travel agents and the relevant departments within the authority did not agree with the narrative being pushed, I don't see how this is sustainable. If high taxes were the reason for airfares, were 150k, 200k, why the taxes were for as high as 500k for a 45-minute trip when the said taxes did not increase? I don't understand. That's what it types. And this is happening at a time when Festus Keyamo has ensured that domestic carriers now have access to dry lease aircraft, something they have not had in decades. Not a single airline staff I spoke with 2 weeks ago agreed with the excuses I'm reading on social and traditional media. Let me give you Jara, still from Michael Achimogo, on this matter of taxes and stuff. Take a listen. Again, this is from Arise News. Take a listen, please.
Across all routes instead of targeted regions.
Thank you, Osime. The length of the argument between you and Dr. Noja only affirms one thing that I have been saying. These airfares have nothing to do with insecurity. It is simply down to market forces, the dynamics of demand and supply, and in the spirit of the Yuletide. Because again, whether you are right or he is right, bus fares on the roads are also exorbitantly high right now. Whether both of you are right or wrong, the price of food items are exorbitantly high. Let me tell you something. One of my mutuals on X, Twitter, who who owns a chain of Airbnbs in Lagos, is one of the loudest advocates against the airfares. But guess what? A little research shows that he has also increased exponentially the rate of his Airbnbs over 7 times in preparation for Dirty December.
Over 7 times.
So for me, that's why I say, speaking as an individual, this is Nigerians on Nigerians. I don't agree with the hike in airfares, at least not to this level. But again,
would you call it exploitation?
Not this conversation between you and Dr. Onoja.
To be honest, we do this every time, to be honest. We do this a lot. Now we do ourselves. The problem of Nigeria is primarily Nigeria. And we can talk about demand and supply, but then the question is, shouldn't I this go the day? It is well. It is well. But let's move away from airline business. Someone says it's a Nigerian thing. You want to travel, it's okay. Someone says price reduces this period everywhere. You know the video I played last week I talked about it last week, where, some buses on the roads in Lagos started charging 500 naira. It took NURTW guys to get on the road and tell the passengers to pay 200 naira. It's not like maybe, culture is quite interesting. Maybe we got into this because for a long time, in December, fuel is always expensive. Fuel is always expensive. So perhaps we're used to that. And so we just push everything up. Because it's now our culture, right? It's but that's the reason. I think, but I don't think we should be celebrating that. Anyway, that's that about the airlines. We're going to move on to something else. If you're trying to come up, the way we do it here, we'll bring everybody up much later. It's a lot easier for my sanity. If I bring people up, I tried it last week, it didn't help. Everybody wants to talk us, which is okay, but not okay. But you get the point. So I'll bring people up very soon, and then you get to be part of. I want to hear what you have to say. Well, let's just get through the news. Then you can now pick the one you want to talk about. Okay? Thank you very much for understanding. All right. Seyi Makinde. Recently, the Minister of FCT had a media chat, right? And he just went all out on certain things, particularly it has to do with Governor Seyi Makinde. But before I play you what he had to say, I want to play one of the clips from the media chat organized by the Governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, and what he said about Nyesom Wike. And then I'll play the responses from the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike. So let's start with a video from last week where Engineer Seyi Makinde was talking to the press. Take a listen, please.
Right now. And let me just mention again this issue of Wike. This.
Your friend.
Huh?
Your friend Wike.
My friend Wike. Okay. So this was the exact first contract that Mobile gave to Macon. I was 29. It was $1 million. Within that 1 year, I made $1 million in my pocket. I was 29. 1997. Wike perhaps at that time just left. He just left law school. And then his next job after that was local government chairman. And the trajectory was, I don't beef anybody. But the real issue is that I was in a meeting with the president and Wike. And I'm saying this, in an open chat. The president's chief of staff was also in that meeting, and a few others. And Wike said to the president that, well, sir, I will hold PDP for you, against 2027. I was in shock. So we got up, we got to the veranda. I said, Wike, did we agree to this? I don't like talking about people, and I will not talk about people or talk about events. But I'll talk about the real issue. The real issue is that Wike would like to support the president for 2027. That's fine. It is within his right to do that. But also some of us that want to, ensure that democracy survives in Nigeria. We don't drift into a one-party state, and we want to ensure that PDP survives. It should also allow us to do our own thing.
All right. By the way, this has actually brought up a lot of things. For instance, we've had the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayofayose, saying that Governor Seyi Makinde had collected 50 billion naira from the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and in the aftermath of the terrible event, the explosion that happened, in Ibadan. With proof? No. Actually, the proof was not what people think it was. There's no proof that he got 50 billion. The proof that Fayose put out was about, let me see if I can find it. It's not disbursement. I think it's something about approval. I'll see if I can. I was going to go to, you know what, let me play this. Let's just play a few more things and I can quickly find you that stuff.
Sure. So we got up, we got to the veranda. I said, Wike, did we agree to this? I don't like talking about people, and I will not talk about people or talk about events. But I'll talk about the real issue. The real issue is that Wike would like to support the president for 2027. That's fine. It is within his right to do that. But also some of us that want to, ensure that democracy survives in Nigeria. We don't drift into a one-party state, and we want to ensure that PDP survives. It should also allow us to do our own thing. That is just the issue between me and Wike. And I confided in a mutual friend of us after that meeting.
All right. So the proof that the Wike side and Fayose side put out, to be honest, again, I have no axe to grind in this matter, but I think we can just put everything out there. That proof that you mentioned in the comment section is actually a proof for request, not disbursement. It's the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Federal Ministry of Finance, Treasury House, Honorable Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Federal Minister of Finance, Central Business District, Abuja, request for special intervention funds. I wish to humbly draw the kind attention of the Honorable Minister to the various requests for special intervention funds by some state governments totaling 915.5 billion naira, as detailed on the schedule attached as Appendix 1. Let's just go straight to that schedule. Oyo State, request for intervention funding support for the reconstruction of old Bodija and environs after Bodija explosion. Amount requested 50 billion naira. So what they put out was actually a proof of request, not a proof that they got the money. However, when that news came out, when Fayose went, as if I can find that video, because Baba was just angry. Fayose was like, you can't just go and throw us under the bus like that. So we're going to. Someone said yes, demand, not proof of payment. So Fayose was like, I collected something from 50 billion naira. I'll see if I can find you that video that I'll play. I think for him, Fayose clearly is on Wike's side. I just didn't think it was okay for Wike to be thrown under the bus. So we get it. But what the state government has done is to then put out their own statement. And this is what they said. By the way, this was from yesterday. Federal government did not give Makinde 50 billion naira. Only 30 billion naira was released. That's Governor Makinde's aid. This was published yesterday, 28th December 2025. So the federal government did not give Makinde 50 billion naira. Only 30 billion naira was released. Okay? So, excuse me. So, yes, the allegation was out there, but it's important for us to okay? But I don't know if they now disbursed the whole 30 billion naira to the Bolija explosion victims. That I don't know. And I hope, because there was news report also from Larry Olayinka, who is the media aide to the FCT minister, or the spokesperson for the FCT minister. I put out a news report from the Punch of May 14, 2025. Oyo approves 4.5 billion naira for Bolija explosion victims. Does that mean this is all that the victims got? We don't know. But what they have said is that they didn't get 50 billion, they got 30 billion naira. How they disperse that is another matter entirely. But regardless of all of this, the FCT minister has chosen to respond to all allegations on this matter. So what he did was to organize an end of the year media chat. Right? He had an end of the year media chat where he discussed this stuff. And I'll play the one, his response to Governor Makinde, and they will play others as well. Take a listen to the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike.
And collaboration between leadership, but Seyi Makinde is accusing you of doing the opposite. So if we get into his media chat that happened not too long ago, he mentioned you by name and said in a meeting with the president that you were present and the president's chief of staff was present, that you said to the president that I will hold PDP for you. And then he said that he went with you to the veranda or the balcony and said, this is not what we planned, or this is not what was agreed to. And then he said that if you're free to support the president if you want to, but he is free not to. Now, is that factual? Because he said other people were there.
That's the blatant lie. And that's why, you see, Seyi Makinde has never called me wiki. Never. That's the first time I hear him say wiki. He has never called me wiki one day. It's unfortunate. First of all, you ask yourself, what was that meeting? What was the purpose of that meeting? That would have led me to say, Mr. President, I will hold PDP for you. Why did Seyi Makinde not come up all this while to tell the party, see what Wike is doing? I was in a meeting and see what Wike said. It is not correct. And let me put the record straight. There was no such meeting. Rather, my humble self, the former governor of Benue State, the former governor of Abia State, Ibazu, the former governor of Enugu State, Ugwaye, and Seyi Makinde, we went to see President.
That's the G5.
Yes, we went to see President to discuss, of course, elections were over, to discuss about certain things. While we were there, the Chief of Staff, of course, you should know that the Chief of Staff is always around the President. I was one who said, look, Chief of Staff, come and show us, you can, remind the President of what we have discussed. There was nothing like a meeting. We booked to go and see Mr. President. So you couldn't, it is completely out of place for anybody to say that in that meeting, I said to Mr. President, I will hold PDP down for you. That's very unfair. Very, very unfair. Totally unfair. And you see, I have told everybody, frustration, if you can see, if you watch Makinde on that media chat, you can see frustration. And this is a young man who have advised severally. Politics is not like
being a contractor with Shell. Politics is not like being a contractor with Mobile. It had different rules. It had different. When did Sheyi Makinde come into politics? When did he come into politics? And you see, there's nothing wrong in having ambition, but the ambition must be tailored according to the rules.
Ambition? What do you mean by ambition? Running for president or what?
Yeah, don't even have the guts to tell us that you want to run for.
Yeah. Well, which one? There are many more. For instance, he said that Governor Sheyi Makinde organized an Amala convention. Politicians are bad mouth. They can talk things. Anyway, let's listen to that before we go to the other, stuff that he had to say. Take a listen to again. Yes, on weekend.
Under which authority was this particular caretaker committee set up?
That was NEC. Mind you, at the so-called Amala convention that was held in Ibadan. Of course, people want to go and eat Amala. So that's why I call it Amala convention. That had it. Remember,
what's the greatest sin? It's not.
That's why these people there, they will sit here and play. Oh. You can't fight for them on your own. Anyway, he said that Sheyi Makinde chose to be a contractor. He chose to have power, and he has it. Take a listen again to part of that media chat.
Will be taken, and the decision was taken, and caretaker committee was set up. And you cannot allow that. No, it's not allowed anywhere.
Okay, first, Honorable Minister, one of the most significant developments in that 2023 election cycle was the formation of the G5 governors in your party.
Yeah.
And Governor Makinde was a prominent member of that team. Now there's a political break in that your group. One of the things he said during his media chat, which trended, was that when he was when you were still in law school, he had already made $1 million. That also suggests that perhaps your political disagreement is now turning into something personal. So can you shed a bit of light on your political or personal relationship with
Well, it's most unfortunate. I didn't come to talk about money. If he had $1 million, I thank God for that. And at least my sister is also enjoying that $1 million. If my sister enjoyed that $1 million, I'm also enjoying, but with due respect. That's why I say frustration. I ran for the presidential primary of PDP. I didn't say she used 1,000 naira in my primaries. I never saw it one day. Two, it's only in Nigeria I have seen where somebody was awarded a job of $1 million. He made profit of $1 million. And nobody's talking about it. I just saw him one day. He brought a document that he made, that was given $1 million contract. And again, he made profit of $1 million. I pray to Almighty God that one day too, I will have a job of $10 billion. And make profit of $10 billion.
That means we won't do the contract.
Well, that's what it has shown. That's what it has shown. But let us not be like. I had my first degree early, before 1990, I had my first degree. Law was my second degree. That time he was talking about 1999. I was chairman of one of the most important local governments in this country. I've never been a contractor. He chose to be a contractor. I choose to have power, and I had the power. Remember, he was here doing contract with Shell. In fact, he comes. I didn't know he was going to marry my sister anyway. To say, oh, my vehicles have been impounded. Please help to release my vehicle. That is power. That's government. I was in government. He has to do the business according to the rules I've set in the LGA. And so, I want to say whether you make $1 million. But you also forgot the same man that had no $1 million. First of all, Sheyi in 2007 ran under AMPP as senator. He lost. He lost. Cheyi in 2013-14, Munikat Adiola, former leader of the House of Reps, one Senator Jose, called him Alidoya. They all brought Moneru, brought Cheyi to me to give him the structure of PDP in Oyo State. The man who had no $1 million, he had $1 million. But he came to the man who had no $1 million to help him to get structure. We said, no, we will not give you. We gave it to Taslim. He went to SDP to run as governor. He failed. He failed, which is $1 million. He failed. Now, it was before 2019, he came back. We said, okay, now, we are ready to give you structure. I was very grounded in politics. I was grounded, but I had no $1 million with me. But the man who made $1 million is going around looking for people who help him to have the structure. It's the one who gave him that structure that Cheyina became governor in 2019. Now I want to talk about G5. You see, G5 was formed in Basin Adobe. We said the South, President Buhari hasn't had 8 years. It is natural that the presidency should go to the South. Of course, that's why I say, when you play game, sometimes it boomerangs. People like Atiku and the rest of them thought they were too smart. They now took the chairman of the party, led by one another crook. One, they call him Dr. Ayu. He knows he can't sue me. I've said it severally. This is not the first time.
Yeah, but for the fact that you are on national television, not just one channel.
No, but everybody
so
knows.
many
I've said it more than 20 televisions.
Yeah, but you can't call somebody.
No, but let him sue me. No, but he took bribe from Atiku in Lagos.
That's another one.
No, let him. He knows now. What is that? Look.
Under which authority was this particular caretaker committee set up?
This man. One more thing from him. I mean, he's just throwing things at anybody. But one more thing from the minister of the FCT. We talked about what money is doing to governors in this era. Take a listen. We're still on Yes on Wiki.
For the president to even finish the 8 years, than you to come and do 4 years, and then later, if they put it out, you want to do second, let us, this has to be planned well. You have to be careful. But like I said, money can make you not to see well. You know, the kind of money the governors have now, we never saw it. That's why most of them make mistakes. They think everything is about money. When they look this way, look at what has come. In all my life, as governor for 8 years, I have never received into the Federation account throughout 1 year. I've never received more than 200 million naira. Never. The records are there. This one now, you see, don't you wonder, even states, when you thought that I'm now making budget of 1.something trillion. Why? Because the removal of subsidy by the president, which was a bold step, has not made money available to the state. And so most of them are blindfolded. And I tell people, money has its own limitation. Money has its own limitation. It's not everything. Yes, people say money is everything. No. The areas money can go. But goodwill can go. Goodwill can go. So it's not everything that you think money will work. No. And you know Nigeria, it is unfortunate. Now that Nigerians know so much money are in the States, only Nigerians are very smart to see that they have their own sharp on the cake. Yeah.
All right. Those who are trying to come up, please, you will eventually respond to those things later. I'd just like to play something apart from the. So that's all I want to pick out of or play from the media chat that the Minister of FCT had with the press. But he had other engagements. I think it was in Rivers State, where he talked about. I mean, his catchphrase, agreement is agreement. I think we should listen to some of the things that he had to say. And people are complaining about it right now. They are talking about the old APC, PDP dynamics in Rivers State as it is right now. And I think it's also an interesting development. Take a listen again to Wike, but this time not with the media. This time, some that looks like a conference. Take a listen, please.
On behalf of our team, thank you again. And we are going forward from January last year. Let me inform you with apologies. Let me inform you with that one. You know me. I believe in agreement is what? Agreement is what? Anything you know you cannot do, don't say it. Don't enter into it. Nobody can use us. So let me say yes, I agree with that. No, can't do that. Whatever you have agreed in the morning, you must agree in the night. So don't be worrying yourself. And who are shouting, I abandoned with time. We have shouted when it mattered most. If we do not shout out down and stand firm, will they shout now? No. Will they have shouted down? No. I have never even a position. Nigeria. Every day I'm in that yeah. But we did it. When it was called for people to say, Oyamande will stand. We stood firm. I said, Oyamande will stand. And to the glory of God, we stood. And Oyamande will stand today is very strong. So you are the ones who made the mandate to be strong. I saw the last name is offside. So all these people now you are seeing, and a man they will stand. That time, when they were needed most, they couldn't sing that. They couldn't come out to say, first for Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Now that you stood and voted for him, and Rivers State won, I tell you, all your struggle will not go in vain. All your struggle will not go in vain. So we have come to let you know that since the storm, Nigerians know us. When we take a decision, we have taken a decision. We don't take decision based on what people have seen. We take a decision based on we are convinced, we believe that this will happen. You stood firm even when you are not in power.
All right. The grounds are being prepared for the 2027 elections already. And as it's happening in Rivers State, it's also happening in faraway Kano State. Different groups in Kano are talking about defecting to the ruling APC, including the governor of Kano. But people are saying all kinds of things, whether it's true or not. For instance, the chairman of the NPP in Kano State made a statement a while back. However, there are other statements as well that I'm going to play from the Director General, Protocol Directorate of Kano State Government House, and also a leader of one of the local governments. But let's listen to the chairman of the NPP in Kano State first. His name is Suleiman Hashim Jungurua, and how he's urging Abba Yusuf, the governor, to reconsider his decision to join the APC. Take a listen, please.
On behalf of the NPP party in Kano State, and the national level, and all the segments of this blaze movement, such as CRC, Life Journey, Kano Profile,
Okay, this is very low. It's very low. It's not going to do what I would need. But let's go to the better videos. This is from the Director General Protocol Directorate of Kano State Government House, Abdullahi Rago. Take a listen to him. Listen to him.
Muna kira da wannan jagoran namu guda biyu da su ja mu su tafi da mu jam'iyyar APC da mu shine mafita.
Na Hausa ba ta liba ce da talk.
Mai da tambaya mun yi zama wanda ya shafi tun da kan jagoran tafiyar nan gaba ɗaya da lokacin ka gama mai girma right honorable speaker da shugaban ƙarfin.
Here's the summary. After our meeting with the Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly and other members of Kwakwansia, we agreed that Kwankwanso and Kano State Governor Abake Yusuf should join the APC. Again, that's from Abdullahi Rogo, the Director General, Protocol Directorate of Kano State Government House. But the one I found quite interesting is this particular video by the local government chairman in Kano State. Is the chairman of Gwale local government, Abubakar Moazu Mojo. And this is what they had to say. It will be also, if you don't understand, don't worry. I'll just give you the summary like we did, the other video. Take a listen.
Focus na karamar hukumar Gwale a yau kwamishinoninmu suna wannan guri. MD ɗinmu suna wannan guri.
Essentially, what they're saying is that they also, it says here, himself and other stakeholders in the NNPP local government today, after their meeting, urged Kwakwanso and Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf to join the APC. Someone in the comment section on TikTok, Dr. Badru says there must be something drawing all of them to the APC. I think so. Whatever Tinubu is doing, he should keep doing it. Apparently, the party has become this bride that everybody wants to be wants to have a piece of. So, I just hope all these things translate to good governance for Nigerians. Moving from Kano, we'll quickly get to. Before we leave Kano, by the way, there's something from one of the leaders, religious leaders this time.
Ko sanatan da yaje ya sako hannu akan wannan harajin wallahi ka dawo gida sai mun ci ubanka gaskiya ne ba wani ba wallahi sai mun ci ubanka mun tura ka ka wakilce mu ne ita democracy for the people by the people to the people for the people by the people to the people. You know we are people, jama'a. We are people. Kuma da kodin da suka dimma madan majalisar su na jihar Zamfara Allah ya muku albarka. Allah ya muku albarka. Allah ya muku albarka. Ya ku sanatoci, ya ku yan majalisu,
For the people, of the people to the poor. Anyway, what he's saying basically, I'll say it in English, read it here from Emma Ike Ume. Says, we are waiting to see who will come and make us pay these taxes. Any senator or member, House of Representative who is supporting this new tax law will be dealt with once you are back home. That's from Sheikh Akali Zari. Apparently, people don't want to pay taxes. But they used to pay a lot of taxes in the north, by the way, back in the day. Whatever changed will change again. We're going to leave tax matter for now. You know what? Before we leave tax matter, after listening to what that man had to say, I think we should also listen to the chairman of tax committee, that's Taiwo Oyedele, and this is what he had to say with all this, you know, misinformation and threats going on in town. Listen again. This is the chairman, tax reform and fiscal policy committee. Take a listen, please.
Federal government is committed to work with National Assembly if and when any action is required. And therefore, we plan to commence the new law, the two remaining new laws on the 1st of January 2026. We go ahead as planned, okay? Because these reforms are designed to provide relief to the Nigerian people. Bottom 98% of workers will see either no PAYE tax or lower taxes to be paid. Small businesses, 97% of them, will be exempted from corporate income tax, VAT, withholding tax, and large businesses will see a drop in the taxes that they pay. The whole idea being to try and promote economic growth, inclusivity, as well as shared prosperity for our people. So we're actually excited at the progress we're making, and we're looking forward to January 1st, 2026.
Okay, now. How much the government is expecting to
So the tax reform bills were at the National Assembly for 9 months, from October 2024 until June 2025. And that, for us, preparation started from day one. And since the laws were signed, we've also had now about 6 months in which we've been doing preparation, capacity building, system upgrade, and sensitization. And you would agree that this kind of reform is work in progress. You never get to perfection, you get better as you go along. So we believe that we're at a point already.
All right. Anyway, it looks like regardless of what's happening in the north, and you know, people are saying it looks like this thing is going to go on in the next few days. Dr. Badru on TikTok says the northern politicians need to be strategic with APC if they want power in 2031. Perhaps that's why they're all moving en masse into APC. But the same thing is happening in the south as well. Like all the states in the south now are APC. All the states in the north central are now APC. 3 of the 5 states in the southeast APC. 4, right? 4 of the 6 states in the southwest are APC as well. And so it looks like there's this wave, and I think the president himself is actually doing a lot to help with that thing, you know, with the way he's making the party attractive to people. Well, while Tinubu is busy making, excuse me please. Making APC attractive to people, Peter Obi is making it clear what party he belongs to. This is from Trending Explained. He says, I am not joining ADC. I can't rejoin what I am already a part of. Nobody is stepping down for me in ADC. We have all agreed to work together, and Atiku remains my respected leader. That was Peter Obi on VP to Atiku. He was on a Twitter space recently, and that was where he made that statement. But apart from that, he also made another statement, which has got everywhere buzzing. After this, I'll bring people up, but later I'm going to take everybody down and continue with the news. We still have some things to cover, but I think at this point I should bring people up. But please listen to this one, because you never see me coming. You did not see this one coming. apparently Peter Obi now has another job that he's doing apart from the business and politics. There's something else that he wants us to know that he just got involved in. So this is His Excellency Peter Obi on an X space. This was over the weekend, and he had this to say to a very simple. He has this answer to a very simple question. You will tell us whether the question and the answer correlate, but you be the judge. Take it listen, please.
The things that you're sharing with us, we already know. We believe in your capacity. My question to you is, I haven't heard any question about insecurity, for instance, because it has worsened over time since the last election. I would like to hear your thoughts on that, and I appreciate the opportunity.
There's somebody who worked for Lagos state government, for Fasholas government. She might be listening to what I'm saying now, or can use it as an example. She works with a law firm. We are coming back on British Airways years back. I'm a serving one. The entire toilet was messed up. She opened that toilet to use it. It was messed up. She walked away. I went in there, and she came back. The entire place was cleaned. She didn't even tell me, but he told a minister and told somebody else where she works in office. Said, I can't believe this. The people called me. I said,
You're going to fix security issues. Say you're now cleaning toilets. Let's bring some people up and then hear their thoughts on this matter. On the matters, you don't have to speak to one. You can speak to as many as possible. Someone says, I hope this is AI. Sincerely, it wasn't AI. It's not AI. It actually happened. It was a Twitter space over the weekend. And that was his answer. His answer was that he cleaned toilet. I think what he was trying to say, maybe what he was trying to say was that, the place was messed up and then he fixed it, and that they will fix the security. But I'm even the one trying to make it sound better. It's just terrible. Anyway, let's listen to Preacher's boy. Please go on. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Good evening.
I actually request to come up because of this particular topic. Because when I see any video online like that, I try not to believe whatever is there because of this cut and drawing and every other thing. So when I saw the video, because I know politician can be funny, right? So I went and searched for the original complete interview in the spirit of being fair. I already knew that people can be funny, right? But in the spirit of being fair, I said I want to see the whole thing. And the whole thing was 3 hours plus. Apart from the fact that he actually answered to that thing with that nonsense, he answered to everything with nonsense. There was no one direct answer to any question like this. And the funniest thing is that people that were on that
Sorry about that. So there's a static sound in your background. So we couldn't really hear you properly. So if you don't mind maybe muting it, it sounds like a clip or something. So please kindly mute, and then you can resume your submission, so we can enjoy what you're saying. Okay. So please unmute whenever you're ready.
Okay. Sorry. Can you? I'm ready now. Can you hear me? 1 minute. Can you hear me clearly now? So I actually watched the whole thing, and the whole answer, the question and answer. He never answered one question like this. I wasted 3 hours plus just to be able to be sure that
this was real and it wasn't like a cut and join. And I'm sorry, I'm disappointed that people were praising him. And anytime he answered this stupid question, stupid answer with the question, people will still come and be like, we know you are this, you are that. I don't understand. And it led me to just question people's insanity too, or maybe they are just tired of the same old people. And Peter is even one of the same old people too, so I don't understand the idea behind this. Let's just support Peter regardless of whatever, because these people can see that this guy is out of touch with reality. Every question is met with one big story, like very long big story, and before you finish one story, it will join another story with it. Answer to one question, you will have like 6 stories to answer one question. I don't understand. Like, I don't have much education, but I can understand. Okay, let me give you an instance. Was when they asked Tinubu, what is Tinubu plan? Back before election, they asked him what was his plan for corruption and everything. But the man said, okay, the idea of corruption is when people don't have money to actually buy what they want to buy and they have big dreams. That what he was going to do, he will introduce credits. If you can buy a car, if you are working and you can buy a car without actually having to pay everything, then the idea of corruption will reduce, because you can actually avoid things, because you can get a loan and buy things. You don't have to just have $4 billion before you can have a decent life. That was an idea. That was like something you can make into a policy. When they ask Peter this kind of a thing, you will hear, I've traveled to China, I see the way they do their toilet, and with that kind of idea and exposure, poverty is not a thing. We are moving from production to production. And I will be like, can you just not give a decent answer? How can it be so difficult? And you see educated people, very intelligent people, and they will still be saying, wow, yeah, we know you are the only competent. I'm like, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Money láti stop iṣẹ́ láti contribute to Sikini. I'm not one of the people that would like to come online and just say something, but this particular one, I watched 3 hours video. I don't regret it, because at least I have something to say right now. When people come and be like, hey, it was edited, I know it wasn't edited. Because they had to take, they will ask 4 questions, then he will have to answer all the 4 questions. They asked these 4 questions, and this guy gave answer to all the 4 questions, but there was no answer to all the 4 questions. That's the real event. And he tell like, the whole 3 hours, there was like, I cannot even count them, more than 100 stories, different unrelated stories, just to answer nonsense questions. And they tell people that was asking questions, don't ask more than 1 minute, but this guy would take about 30 to 45 minutes to answer 1 minute question without actually answering it. Hey, let me just submit right now. But that's the whole thing. I watch it. I'm confirming this thing that actually happened.
Thank you. You know I'm laughing so hard? There's one retard in the comment section asking me what I have done at the age of or whatever. I was going to ask him what his father has done. Your father at Peter of this age, what was your father doing? Someone said, I hope we're not talking about yesterday's space. That's what we're talking about now. I mean, the man talking, Preacher's Boy is funny on his own. This clown now came to ask me what Peter Obi did at my age. What did your father do at the Jesus is Lord. But man, you really listen to the I didn't listen to everything though. Me, I don't How are you going to fix security issues? Somebody went to the toilet, you are washing the toilet. Anyway, someone wants to come up. Yeah, I'm going to bring you up. I want to take a rest and just have some people talk. Someone says Tinubu forged everything in his life. Poverty close your family, but Obi is your focus. Okay. Why not speak to the fact that most of you listening to him are absolute retards? For you to hear that, I actually think that he's saying something sensible. It's amazing. Like, you got to be like proper retarded for you to think that he was saying anything sensible. What are we talking about? Why doesn't this make you feel like you're actually quite stupid? Because he said nothing, but he gets you a clapping. Oh boy, he's washing toilet. Anyway, petitioner.
Is the petitioner.
Good evening.
Good day, host Busui.
Good day.
And I greet every other person on the speaker and those on the comment section, those here and on your other platform. Well, I was so fortunate to listen to you now and to also come up to actually add my little cent. And quite interesting yesterday listening to His Excellency Peter Obi, as is fondly called by his followers. And
his followers call him P2B. That's what is fondly called. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please continue. I apologize. Continue, I beg.
Yeah. And I was actually on that space yesterday and I was listening keenly. But obviously, just like the last contributor has said, all the questions that were asked, there was no any direct answer to it. And at the point when he said he actually watched toilet at the BA, and good enough, today I've started seeing a video of Peter Obi washing toilet in the flight. He's flying up and down on the X space. And you know, at a point, I wanted to actually ask him a question because I was about raising my hand, signifying to make my intention that I have a question. When he said his followers should please not exchange insult with insult, I wanted to ask him, is that the same Peter Obi that we know? That one of the first voice that came out was a religious war, now asking people not to return insult for insult. You know, one thing I find amusing about Peter Obi is this, is inconsistency. Inconsistency. And that is the same person we actually want to give Nigeria to be the pilot of our country. Well, just like you said, I believe those following PO need to also re-examine and evaluate themselves. If they actually have something in their scope. Because to me, I sincerely believe if you actually want to bring someone that will challenge the present government, it should be someone that has something to offer, someone very innovative, creative, intelligent. But someone like PU, it's a sorry case, my brother. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. Flower. Okay, so let me read something in the comment section. Thank you very much for your submission, the petitioner. You say, let me even read some of the things that you wrote. Say one person challenging you here, they have muted him, and yet things they go on. I'm going to assume that you're actually using all of your senses to type what you just typed. So if you want to, let's say someone is saying something and you want to provide a rebuttal, feel free to do so. But you do it as a human being, like a sane person. You will send a request, you will be brought up, or you can even type in the comment section. But once you start insulting me, why on earth would I allow you come up or consider you to be sane enough to even have a conversation with you? And that's why I said majority of you guys in this obedient movement to be, and I've said this several times, I've been saying it for a long time, one of the major prerequisites to joining that group is to dump your brain at the door. You guys don't use your gray matter. A command say, if you see everybody going this way, just go like that. You can't even question anything. So if a person is saying it and you feel maybe you want to respond, of course you feel free to say it. But once you insult me like that, you're collecting me. You say insulting things yourself. Hypocrisy. Yes. If you call me something, I will send you to your father. You can't come in the comment section and tell me that what's Obi doing at my age. What's your father doing at your age? Answer that question. I don't know if you guys think that you have a monopoly on, you know, they say someone is quiet and gentle, so you think you can just come and say nonsense. I will even insult you. I'm sending you straight to your parents. I don't have time for a debate on social media. If you choose to be stupid, I will send you to the people that raised you. If you consider that to be insult, you get more of it. It's a conversation. We're discussing what Peter Obi did over the week. You just listen to him talking about walking in the toilet. Amazing. And what was the question? What are you going to do differently to fix the security situation in Nigeria? That was the question. The guy was talking to us about clean up the mess in the toilet. Kilo come here. What's my business with that? And I was even trying to make a case for him, like, okay, maybe he was trying to say that just as he got to the toilet and it was dirty, somebody had messed it up, but he fixed it. Maybe he's using it as a way to say that he's going to fix Nigeria, even though he's not the one that made it like that. I was even trying to be gracious. Then the rest of you clowns came and I don't know who raised you guys, man. Someone says, can we hear the record? You want to hear it? By the way, let me show you so that it doesn't look like it's a screen recording of a space. I'm going to play you the audio, don't worry. It's a screen recording of a space yesterday. So just look at it first before we even play anything. You see, so it's not AI. You'll see the things moving, and the full recording is on the page of, the host page, and the person who holds this stuff is there on the top page, so it's not made up, right? Listen, you can feel bad that your Lord and Messiah is talking nonsense. It's okay, but don't take it out on me. I'll send you to your father. May God bless you on your way home. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Take a listen again for those who were asking for Marshall. Let's listen again.
The things that you're sharing with us, we already know, we believe in your capacity. My question to you is, I haven't heard any question about insecurity, for instance, because it has worsened over time since the last election. I would like to hear your thoughts on that, and I appreciate the opportunity.
There's somebody who worked for Lagos state government, for Fasola's government. She might be listening to what I'm saying now, or can use it as an example. She works with a law firm. We are coming back on British Airways years back. I'm a serving governor. The entire toilet was messed up. She opened that toilet to use it. It was messed up. She walked away. I went in there and she came back. The entire place was cleaned. She didn't even tell me, but he told a minister and told somebody else where she works in the office. Said, I can't believe this. The people called me and said,
to be honest, I think it's nice that he was able to clean the place. To be honest, that's actually something admirable. It's admirable to see something that's not working and you fix it. How that answers the question of security in Nigeria, more hint, I'm trying to find it, but hopefully we'll get it at some point. Emmy, he said I should come up. What did I do? He said they cleaned it up. Like I said, personally, I think it makes sense to say that, okay, he's saying that the security situation in Nigeria is messy right now, and when he becomes the president, he's going to fix it. But if you listen to the entire video, the question is in Sokoto. The question is in Anambra. I don't answer the question for Sokoto. So it's not me. I'm not the one making. I'm not, and I wish this was AI. I really wish it was, but it is well. Moving on. And thank you very much, Additional, for coming up. If you want to come up at any time, please let me know. Today we're just going to do news and reactions. There's a number of things. Hopefully we're going to talk about Somaliland at some point in this conversation. We're going to get to geopolitics sometime. But for now, I want to just chill a bit by listening to. So a number of people sent me this video over the weekend, and yesterday or today. No, it was yesterday. Yesterday and today. Yesterday and today. So a number of people sent me 2 videos from God. I just pray that whatever is happening in the Southeast that's making people be like this, just heal them, help them, save them. feed them with your peace. You know, Bible talks about, in Philippians chapter 4, Bible talks about peace that surpasses all understanding. We all need it, but it looks like Southeast needs it more. And you understand what I'm saying after I play these two clips. Before I play the clips, let me read something that we got to know about earlier today, about 3 hours ago. New movie by Funke Akindele, right, has made 1 billion, has actually crossed the 1 billion mark, by the way. 1,109,463,846 naira and counting. And so this is Nollywood's highest grossing producer of all time, Funke Akindele. The movie is the highest grossing release of 2025, the fastest film in West Africa to cross 1 billion naira just 19 days. Highest single day gross of all time, 129.5 million naira on Boxing Day. The first filmmaker to have 3 consecutive 1 billion naira film in a calendar year. In 1 year, she's able to achieve that. And the only director to gross over 1 billion naira at the box office 3 times. Now, if I wanted to achieve the kind of thing that Funke Akindele has achieved, wisdom demands that I'll ask questions, right? I'm going to ask, how do you do it? Let me learn from you. What are the things you do? What are the steps you take? Then I'll find a way to, you know, maybe make it mine, own it, and then essentially reappropriate it if I have to. But I'll learn from who is doing it better. But no, I think in some parts of the country, that's not part of the package. What part of the package is celebrating what I'm not going to say, but I want you to make up about whatever you think this is. This is a young person, has been doing this for a while, but I think it's getting to some people's attention, so they sent 2 of our videos to me over the weekend. And this was, of course, before Funke Akindele began to trend. And this person did an entire video, could not mention Yoruba people as an ethnic group, could not mention the name, kept calling them, or kept calling us Ndi Ofe Manu. The siblings will come here and tell you, but you are too educated to do that, like somebody just did right now. I think this one is too uneducated to be smart. Anyway, take a listen to the rant, and then we'll respond accordingly. Take a listen, please.
Lack self-awareness. Do you know that there's an agenda to erase Igbo language? Yes, there is. Do you know why Netflix left Nigeria? Netflix left Nigeria because they got tired of pushing a propaganda. Imanandi ofe manu ndi wenyitere isi n'obodo ha. Ha gwara ndị Netflix na no bụ sọsọ movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka ha ya na-egosi na Netflix. Nya mere oge ahụ so movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka a na-egosi oge ọbụla na Netflix. Oge ọbụla na Netflix so movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka a na-egosi. And ndị ofe mmanụ, they are winning because kita ikpe onye Igbo aka n'ọnụ ọ ya sị gị ọmọ ebe ka asụ emụta ọmọ. Ndị Igbo one kita na-ekwu nna kita onye Igbo ikpe ha kwa n'aka n'ọnụ ọ sị gị ọmọ. Because they are trying to erase our own language. Ndị ofe mmanụ chọrọ ka ọ bụrụ sọsọ their own language ka do universal. Nyamere ọtụtụ ndị ofe mmanụ na-asị na if you sing in Igbo language you cannot blow, that if you want to blow in Nigeria no bụ sọsọ n'ofe mmanụ ka ya na-asụ. And ụfọdụ ndị Igbo ba anyị na-ekwekwo ifu n'ime ha ife iche Buhari kpanyasị o oke ma onye nka nọ n'ọkwa kịta onye akpọrọ ya si gwogwo onye ofe mmanụ a ha gwara Netflix ọ bụ sọsọ movie ndị obodo ha, movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka ya na-egosi na Netflix. Icheta oge ahụ ọ bụ sọsọ movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka a na-egosi na Netflix throughout. Ndị Igbo, try and be self-aware. Speak your own language. Support Igbo artists, support Igbo movies, support Igbo actresses, Igbo actors. They are trying to erase our own language.
There are 2 videos, but let me first say something. I did Igbo language in secondary school. I've mentioned it here a number of times. I even had an A in junior WAEC. This was a long time ago. And there was something my teacher used to tell me then, that there are certain words that were going into extinction in the Igbo language. One of those words she taught me, and every time I met an Igbo person, in my travels, I would always use that whenever we're having a conversation. I'll ask them, what's the Igbo word for motorcycle? And for the most part, they would say Okada or something. And then I would mention that what my teacher taught me in the 90s, and then the person was like, how come you know this thing? So it was like a way. So she was like, words for clock, for watch. Those words at the time, I'm talking, this is 2025, I'm talking more than 30 years ago. The clock, watch, things like that, you know, she taught us then that those words, you know, because people were using English language instead of Igbo language. So some words, they could mix a lot. That's what she taught us. But, I mean, she taught me well enough to be able to have an A1. Now, why did I say that? It's true that many languages are, should I say, running a risk to go into extinction? But it's because of usage, not because people have a plan for your language. You don't count. Like if people will sit down and say, okay, what I want to do is I want to erase your language. Do you think you really matter like that? Language goes into extinction most likely because of disuse. Like you're not using the language, therefore, or you're not using certain words, you are mixing it. In other words, what the lady taught me, I mean, growing up, and I learned, that's why when I was growing up, recent years, like last 5-10 years, when people started talking about the extinction of Yoruba language, I was like, maybe they don't know what they're talking about, because she taught us that early. The idea basically is this: if you substitute words in your language over time, those words will go into disuse, which means that now you will lose those words, and you might as well lose your language eventually. Which is what we talk about. Kí ọmọ sọ Yorùbá pọ́nbélé, Yorùbá tí ò ní ṣe àmúlùmálà, kí ọmọ sọ Yorùbá láì fi Gẹ̀ẹ́sì kún. Ó máa ràn lọ́wọ́ láti lè gbọ́ èdè dáadáa. Ó dẹ̀ tún máa ràn lọ́wọ́ láti lè sọ Òyìnbó. You'll be able to speak English properly, right? When you speak your language very well. Now, when you teach people how to speak your language, or you speak your language that way, what you're doing is that you're reclaiming the language, right? You're taking responsibility. But that'll be difficult for certain people. In other words, you cannot tell your people how to do something without saying there's an enemy trying to do something to you. In other words, you have to create an enemy to be able to make anything out of your life. And it's not just about this language thing, it's a mindset. In politics, another ethnicity must be going after you. In business, somebody must be doing something against you. When it comes to property, it's because they hate you, and because of that, you will now do something. In other words, you cannot creatively come up with a solution without looking for an enemy. Who on earth sits down to say what's going to happen to Igbo language, to destroy Igbo language? Number one, you must be very daft to think of destroying another person's language. Number two, your language must mean something. The language is not international. Igbo language is, like I said, I can speak a little of it. I think it's a good language, but it doesn't go beyond the borders of Nigeria. It's not like that Igbos outside Nigeria who are not from Nigeria who speak the language. No. There's a mistake we make in this country, in these conversations, and Yoruba people must be very, very aware of this. She's talking about people being self-aware. Yoruba people need to learn it more, and I'll tell you why. There's an assumption that ethnic groups in Nigeria are the same, and that somehow if you're doing word and opposite, boy, girl, Yoruba, Igbo, is a lie. Lojoti, when I can sorrow. Someone says it's not about the person. The other day I saw something said Yoruba and Igbos are related. There's no relationship. We are not connected genetically. There's nothing that connects us. The only thing that say, oh, but your language, if you say Omi, I will say Mary, I will say this, I will say that. That's because we belong to the same family of languages. But guess what? Igala is closer to Yoruba than Igbo. You don't see me telling Igala that they are part of Yoruba. Igala is closer to, if I find the video, I'll play it for you guys. My best friend at the particular, she's my best friend. My best friend, we met at a particular time when I was 7. That was when I even met an Igala who were in NCCF. I was in Christian Corpus Fellowship. My friend was my best man, by the way. Is Igala. After service, I went to their house, only to be hearing Ebi Pami. I was like, what are you saying? This is Yoruba now. Ebi Pami, that's Ebi Pami. Olane, if you know alẹ́ ṣòdúdú bí nǹkan tí ó dúdú ó ti ń jọra wọn ṣòdúdú ọ̀lànẹ́ they have a lot of those things like that. Epo is epo, the same epo that we say epo ebi pa mi is the same thing. Mẹ́wàá ẹ̀wá 10 is still ẹ̀wá. If for crying out loud, a language that is so close to mine like that, I don't tell them that they are connected to me, although they are, but it's a separate ethnic group right now. I don't know why one is trying to always look for a way to say, okay, if there's something, then you have to connect to Yoruba. Yoruba and Igbos are not connected. The only connection we have is Nigeria. And you may be shocked that, and it is true, in terms of relationship, we have relationship with others far more longer than we have with folks from the Southeast. And there's no problem with, there's no reason. It's like saying, do you see an EBBO person telling you that I serve in Ẹkáàbọ, I love those people, but they don't go around telling you that we are related. We are not. And it is not a problem. You don't have to be related with somebody for you to be good towards them. I don't understand this whole nonsense about, is that you are saying we are related by force, or we are trying to oppress you. You must make either an enemy or forced relationship, which is a product of inferiority complex at an ethnic level. An ethnic, I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility and humility, it's at an ethnic, it's not about a person. And the people that did this, many of them are dead. Many of them are dead, and that's the sad part. And the younger people, this girl is in her 20s. These children are going to keep growing up and saying this and passing on to their children. They don't even know why they are thinking like this. And it was engineered. That thing of competition, comparison. If I'm doing this, it's because I'm doing this. The first generation of people that started it, they are all gone. Azikiwe, Ojukwu, Chinua, they are gone. And in the beginning, see, that thing helps you because you see somebody doing well, you want to try and do, want to try and reach him or even do better than them to compete and do well, which makes sense. Until you think that everything with that group has to be based on competition. You don't see any sense in compliments. You don't see any sense in complimenting the other group or the other group complimenting you. You don't understand the fact that there's anything that you cannot do. Listen, there are some things you cannot do. And when I say you cannot because of your trajectory, your evolutionary trajectory, your cultural realities will not allow you to do certain things. So this is me. That's them. I don't say I'm Hausa. The reason Yoruba film is not, for a while, Yoruba movie industry was crawling. It was like it was in hibernation. People were making money, but it wasn't so much. It was okay. I didn't hear any Yoruba person come out and say the reason the Yoruba film industry is going through stuff was because there was a coalition or there was a meeting amongst the Igbos to sideline them. Meanwhile, things like that actually happened. There are actors who said they had to change their names, they had to be in Igbo films. But guess what? It's because they are the ones who they own the money. They are running the game. If you want to be part of it, you join them. If you don't want to join them, you get out of it. You don't go around crying and say, see what the people have done to me. Why would you say that? You re-strategize. You ask yourself, what did you used to do before that you're not doing anymore? You talk to yourself. As a Yoruba person, and you do something about it. And so what have you noticed the last few years? Let me tell you what has happened the last few years. It's not about Yoruba people. It's about one word. That word has been missing in the Nigerian film industry since the early 90s. And we didn't have that word for about 20 years. No, almost 30 years. Right? But it was definitely over 20 years. The old thing is just one word. And that one word is actually the bane of the Igbo movie industry. The word is structure. It is structure. Certain people, I won't mention any ethnic group, certain people cannot function when there's order. It's structure. There are some things you see, it's cinema, it's Netflix. You can't bully your way, you can't pirate your way into that place. You have to follow order. You have to follow order. If you are not used to orderliness, everything looks as if people are against you. No, it's because you are not used to structure. Why is it easy for Yoruba people to pivot into what's happening right now? Because this was how we started. We started with cinemas in the 70s. You know, I've been watching a lot of documentary on this thing where Baba Ogunde, he hated VHS and he didn't like the idea of having film marketers, and he used to warn the actors, the ANTP back then, that these guys are going to take this thing from you. And it happened. They took it over. The people were doing the work. They would do the work and then they were getting peanuts. The marketers, some marketers are good, but for the most part, a lot of the producers were not making as much money. And then Igbawayi, that kind of structure that we're used to. Interestingly, people are already getting used to the dysfunctionality. Do you know there was a time, someone wrote something about music here. Let me tell you something. There was a time that Lagbaja CD that sold. The money that got to him was peanuts compared to the amount of CDs of his music that sold. What changed that? Streaming. Were we not here when Kunle Afolayan had to take the Pirates up after figuring? You need to learn how to function in a proper space. Just because you thrive in chaos does not mean chaos is. Money is the least. Money is important, but it's the least requirement to make industries work. You are not used to the structure. You learn it. Nobody is trying to say, "Oh, do you people have meetings about Kannywood as well, about Hausa Airport? They don't want to have Hausa films in the cinema." It doesn't make sense. Funke Akindele is. This is our third movie this year. We're a billionaire. Do you see other filmmakers saying, Funke has gone to meet these people. They are now pushing us out of the film industry. She has cracked the code. So what do? You learn. And what do you see Yoruba film actors doing now? Film producers, they are dancing. For the life of me, I don't know how that correlates, but that's what works. Maybe if I don't like dancing, by the way, so if I want to do something like that, maybe I'm going to have to think of something else. Look at the adverts, the marketing. A budget for marketing is enough to make several movies. What do you call these movies? Low budget movies. The marketing, the shoots, the fact that, look at how even the package they sent to fellow actors. I saw the one with Feti Abalogo and Kamo. They had to open. I think they probably brought that thing from China, and then I'm inviting you to be part of. We didn't used to do that. I go méjìlá mẹ́ta mẹ́fà ni. I go méjìlá mẹ́ta àti mẹ́fà rọ̀lẹ́. 100 naira lówó wọlé. Àti lọ nìyẹn. Who has time to be sending pack all over the place? But she has changed the game. So what do? You step in there. You compete. You say you like competition. That's how to compete. Not to be crying around like a berry. Say they have a meeting that they must do allow Ndiofe Manu. By the way, you know why people say Ndiofe Manu? Let me even tell you about something. I think I should talk about this thing today. I've never said it in public, but I think it's important to mention it in passing. That thing's supposed to be an insult. Sincerely, you know what it really is? It's a show of scarcity. And Igbos call Yoruba people Ndiofe Manu. Not once did she mention Yoruba here. She said Ndiofe Manu. And even the elders call us Ndiofe Manu. They think it's an insult. For me, it's not an insult. You are telling me I have abundance. Oily soup. It's because I have oil. You don't. You barely have enough to eat. You see me putting oil in the food. To you, it's waste. To me, it's the fact that it exists. You don't have it. When they say Ndiofe Manu, for me, I just like, how is that an insult? You don't. That means you don't. How many oil palm? Let me not get into this. We had a conversation the other day. Before the war, 64% of agricultural produce, in terms of revenue, came from the minority areas. 64%. Only 36% of revenue, agricultural revenue in the eastern region came from Igbo land. Only 64% came from outside the place, even though the people did not account for up to 50% of the population of the eastern region. Read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. 64% was a speech by Anthony Nauro. You don't have enough of it. You don't have a lot of it, so you have to manage, which is okay. Listen, if you don't have a lot of something and you manage and you use it, it's fine. It means that you are wise to know your limits. So you use what you... Is that it did not begin because of the war. That it was always there because there was lack of proteinous food. It's not a dig. There's no fish, there's no meat, there's no cow, it doesn't exist, and the land cannot produce the kind of thing you want. So what did they do? They imported. How did they import? From money from the agricultural produce, right, or from the revenue that they were getting in the eastern region, not as Igbo people in the eastern region. And then the second one was from remittances from Igbo people living outside Igbo land. That was how they got money to import the things they were eating. Is there a problem? Of course not. The only issue now is that by the time Ojukwu, instead of using number 6, thought that everybody should return home, that means that he had cut off revenue from remittances. But guess what? It's not that thing that is the issue. It's the fact that Yoruba people hate you. That's why you couldn't eat during the war. What do you see here? You cannot take responsibility for anything. Therefore, you don't change. Therefore, you continue to repeat the mistake generation to generation. When you say Ndiofe Manu, the thing is that you don't have a lot of oil palm or palm trees. When you harvest, this is very important, by the way. I'll say it in such a way. I don't want to make it, I'm not insulting anybody, so I'll try as much as possible, Here's the truth. Yoruba people had several options when we're discussing cash crops back in the day. Our main cash crop, of course, was cocoa. The other one was palm oil. Interestingly, and I think as you even mentioned this, one of two major products that got the British looking into Abeokuta Egba area, two major products, was palm oil and cotton. And the reason for that was because of the American Civil War. And they thought they would get enough cotton from Egba and from Abeokuta. So we always exported palm oil. By the way, back in the day, palm oil was the fuel used in industries in Europe. Like palm oil was the fuel they used in the engines. They had not, it was, of course, later on, of course, they came up with other things like that. But originally, many machines used palm oil. So we were selling palm oil. And we also had cocoa, which is why when the cocoa ban happened, I think it was in the 1940s, it must be. 1 second. I didn't know we were going to get here. I'm going to read something to you. What Azikiwe said when they banned cocoa in Yoruba land. Was it cocoa or palm oil? I'll tell you something. You guys, whenever you insult Yoruba people, you must be very daft to think that Ndiofe Manu is an insult. I mean, it's an insult, but you are daft to think that you are insulting us and you make people feel bad. But you see, I like when people insult people like this, because then you can remind them their family history. Let me look for that book. If I find it here, good. If I don't find it, I'll find it somewhere else. You know what? There's another version. There's another copy here. Remember? I know where that thing is. Ah, perfect. Remember? I want to read to you what Zeke did when it came to this old palm oil thing. If you're a Yoruba person and someone calls you Ndiofe Manu, just tell the person that it's because God provided it for you. You have to measure palm oil. I'm going to tell you something, what I'm looking for, the thing I'm looking for. You have to measure it, and I'll tell you why. Palm oil for us, we use it in our own industry, local industry, right? Because we've been doing iron smelting, iron works. So as a blacksmith, you use palm oil. To worship some deities, you use palm oil. To eat, of course, you use palm oil. Now that you have to export, you can export palm oil, but guess what? You can also export cocoa, which means that you don't have to depend on the export of palm oil exclusively. Not the same for the Southeast. Excuse me. I'm going to find. Okay, I think I found the book. Number. I'm going to read from Papa's autobiography. Just find the page. Ah, I wish I have. Number. Azikiwe said when they banned software selling in the Western region, Azikiwe said at least we had other options. Nobody should bother about it. He did not once did he use West African pilot to fight for Yoruba people. So shouting Ndiofe man, it's because you are poor. You don't have what I have. I can wait. I found the book, Sha. Can you imagine? I can waste palm oil if I want. I can waste if I like. If you wear whatever I want to do, palm oil, I can do it. But you wouldn't understand that because you don't have enough of it where you come from. So you call everybody a man. You think you're saying something. When you are calling your Mary now, you'll be shouting. Meanwhile, I don't even. And that one is even better because you are the one asking somebody for water. Yeah, Mary. But I don't like using anything like a slur on anybody. But I'll read some to you. Mambo. Oh, fine. Found it. Chief of Law. Ah, no. I found the book. I just need to find the page. Give me a second, please. Oh boy. Can you imagine? I didn't know I was going to be reading book to answer this nonsense. See, Egbere, so. By the way, she's an Egbere. Anybody that knows that should tell her. Egbere means bush baby. Sukunki be Egbere. Huh, oh my god. Oh my god, I know where it is. I think it's in this chapter, but I need to find that page. Has anybody read this book? Okay, this is part of it. Essentially, what happened was that I'll be telling you about it until I find it. What happened was that the British, they were going to ban certain products from the Western region. And the crazy part is that on a normal day, Zeke would have gone out and spoken about why it was wrong for that to happen in Western Nigeria. I found it. God is good. Let's just read. I found it. It says here, when the agitation against the cocoa pool was raging, though the pilot carried one or two articles and reports on the subject, Dr. Azikiwe himself showed no interest whatsoever. Also, when the ban on palm kernels was imposed, the pilots supported it. This is what the pilot said. That's Azikiwe's newspaper. He said, the measure by the government is fair. Instead of reducing the whole country into poverty, only the western provinces will be affected and they can switch over to other avenues to make body and soul live. As a result of his indifference to these two economic crises, which threatened the livelihood of the people of the western region as well as the economy of the country as a whole, some of us began to wonder what Dr. Azikiwe's economic determinism really meant in practice. In other circumstances, Dr. Azikiwe would have dipped his pen in gall as was his wont, and on the pages of the pilot under his own name or in the editorial column would have denounced the cocoa pool as an imperialist device or stratagem whose aim, object or purpose was to oppress, repress, depress and distress Nigerian cocoa producers and dealers economically. In the same manner, he would have vehemently declaimed the ban on palm kernels in the western provinces as a gross betrayal of trust, an indelible stain, blemish and stigma on British imperialism, a vain attempt, a complete misfire and a palpable boner in the realm of divide et impera, The words in quotation marks were not exactly Dr. Azikiwe, but they were typical of his early style. Here's the point. When the British put up a ban on the cocoa poo, when they put a ban on cocoa poo and on palm kernel, Zeke's using it as a jab, but it's also a plus. It's a plus because any contact deba. So if, for instance, we wanted to export stuff, we could export cocoa, we could export palm oil. Some other parts also could export cotton, but primarily it was cocoa and palm oil. Now, we can decide that, cocoa will be exported, and we're going to have more palm oil at home. By the way, cocoa farmers made a lot of money this year, last year and this year. Maybe tomorrow or other day, I'm going to play you the news. One man made over 30 million naira, cocoa farmer, Kinshe City, 30 million naira was what he said he made. Bought a new car. It's going to buy on that one before the end of this year, according to him. Maybe I'm going to play that on Wednesday. But here's my point. Cocoa was a major source. For the eastern region, palm oil was a major source in terms of agricultural produce. Now, the eastern region had a little of it, not as much as people in Ogoja or in Akwa Ibom State, present-day Akwa Ibom State. They were the ones that actually had fertile ground or fertile land or fertile soil where they planted stuff. So people in Igbo land, number one, did not have a lot of cash crops. Number two, the only one that was available was also the one that they had to eat. So they had to choose. Do we sell or eat? If we sell, we only make 34% of everything coming into the eastern region. Even though you think that they are making 175% over 100, the way they 175 or 1 billion over 100, the way they talk, you think they own everything. The truth of the matter is that they made less than every other region, every other group in that region. But here's the point: if we can only raise 36%, this thing, if we said we make 36%, if we eat it, we make less than that. Therefore, we rather sell, which means what is left is not as much. That's why you're not going to find water soup in Yoruba land, omiobe. If you hear omiobe le Yoruba, it's because we have ekpo. So ofe manu is not really an insult like. Where you come from, you don't have. Can you guys hear me? The audio should be good. Can everybody hear me? Please let me know if you can hear me in the comment section. You can't hear me. You can. Someone says yes. Someone says it's okay now. Something is up with this data and all of those. It's breaking. What was the last thing you heard me say? You heard me say, please. It was stuttering. I don't want to stutter. The audio is breaking. 1 second. The audio goes off when the mic moves. Let me see if I can. I know the last thing you heard, but let me just summarize everything I've been saying. The girl in the video kept saying Ndiofe Manu, Ndiofe Manu. Here's the point I was trying to make, in case you didn't hear everything I was saying. The Ndiofe Manu is not really an insult like Igbos think it is. It's actually an admission of scarcity in their home. And the reason is because when they get palm oil, they have to sell. When we get palm oil, we don't have to sell. We could decide not to sell because we had alternatives. And the reason is not, think about it. Before, oil and everything, agriculture was the mainstay of every region. Right? Let me say, please. Agriculture was the mainstay of every region. So what that meant basically was that it was what you planted that you had to sell. And what I was saying, I don't know if you caught that one with the mic, was that I've been saying that thing again and again. I think it's better for me to read it so it doesn't look like I'm just making things up. Give me a second. I'm going to read from I'm going to read from Crisis and Conflict. I'm going to read from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, and I'll be reading a speech by Chief Anthony Nauro. I like this particular speech, by the way. It's loaded because it helps you understand Nigerian history like no other book. Just give me a second. I'm going to find it. I found it. Now I need to find the page. Nobody should come over telling me, fine, I found it. What are the true facts? This is from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2, and this speech is by Anthony Nauro, was put out there on 12th August 1968. What are the true facts? In the former eastern region of Nigeria, the Igbos numbered about 7 million, and the Efiks, Ibibios, Ekois, and Ijos about 5 million or 5.4 million. Half of the land area of the region belonged to these 5 million so-called minorities. The minority areas produced about 16 million out of 25 million of annual agricultural exports from the east before the outbreak of hostilities. 16 million out of 25 million is 64%. 16 over 25 times 100, 25 in 100 is 4. 4 times 16 is 64%. Okay? Here's the point. This agricultural produce that was going out of the eastern region mostly came out of Ogoja province. And that's why during the war, why do you think people really died during the war? It was because there was no food within East Central State. A person wants to go to war, did not even think of. Do you know what Ojukwu was busy doing? He was stealing granite. Ojukwu literally stole granite. Not that I'm even mentioning. Let me read something about granite. That granite thing. Oh man, can feel be how can you steal granite? The guy was stealing granite because you should be thinking of how to get food for the people, but it wasn't 9 million. It was 7 million Igbos, not 9, 7. On 22nd June 1967, Ojukwu tried his hands at piracy. A vessel, Richard Lander, owned by the British firm of United Africa Company of Nigeria, UAC, was seized at Onitsha by Ojukwu's gunmen. The vessel had 20 persons on board and carried 2 barges of Northern Nigeria Marketing Board groundnuts of about 400 tons. Ojukwu neither returned the vessel nor the groundnuts, despite protests by the UAC to the federal military government. Ojukwu stole groundnut in 1967, 400 tons. We have not received it till today. The point is, okay, 9 out of 25 million income, yes. So the point is that when it came to food, there was no food security in the Eastern. It's been like that for a long time. Why? Dense population, land hunger, lack of arable land, and then lack of fertile land. I read it from another book before. You can read Professor Zemiro, and also this book by Igbokwe, Igbos 25 years after the war. So what that means basically is that whenever you grow, so if you are not eating a lot, you're able to get 36% of the income, 9 million out of 25 million. So you cannot afford to eat oil, because if you eat it, you have to choose: do I eat or make some money? And so you say, okay, let's just make some money. For Yoruba people, they could decide to sell cocoa or sell cotton, and decide to eat the palm oil, or sell some abroad and still have ofe manu. So ofe manu is beautiful, and nothing can yes. Of course I wouldn't do that, because that's not skinny. But the point is that I can afford it. You can't. So all this thing of you always put in oil is because we have it. You don't. So it's more about your lack. It's not because you have a taste for non-oily substance. When we eat oily stuff, there's only one thing primarily that makes Yoruba people eat food without oil. It's war. It's called ofun. There are 2. In fact, this particular group, that war happens and then causes people to become slaves is when you become slaves that you have to, and sincerely, let me can put when from you but on my summer ni one ni alepo nle anjo fun aniyo anje the current level ate alepo nle anjo fun aniyo anje ate. If you see a person eating ate, he's a slave. Ate o niyo. When you have food without salt, when you have food without oil, that's ofun. Ofun. That's ofun. To eat ofun is a sign of poverty, but beyond that, it means that you are probably a slave. I am not throwing shots at anybody. This is, there are families, I don't know about you, but there are families where if you talk about because of so thank you very much on YouTube, Evans. Thank you, sir. Want to shake Shady often ekuru ni ó fojú ó ní ó fún ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa dín àtẹ lọ́tọ̀ pẹ̀lú epo. Now imagine kí wọ́n máa jẹ ekuru láìsí yọ̀ láìsí ọbẹ̀ láìsí ata láìsí epo. So we don't eat ofun or ate because for us in our culture to eat those things means two things. Only two things can make you do that thing. Number one is that you're a slave. Number two is that you are living, maybe there is famine or war. Because way back, I have documents here of markets in the 8th and 9th century, where Jebu people will bring salt to sell. And palm trees were plentiful all over Yoruba land. So to eat means that there is lack. To eat without oil and salt means that there is lack. There's nothing. It's a shameful thing in Yoruba land. It's that there's famine, there's poverty, or let me put it this way: either there's poverty or there's slavery. Those are the only two reasons that will make you eat without oil. And may that never be your portion. Everybody listening to me, may that not be your portion in Jesus' name. Where you not be able to afford ekpo. How do you want to lubricate the iron? So I also remember that now. It's very important. See, combat budget. Let's say somebody is actually in very terrible situation. The phrase or the word, the saying Tomalo is that aleponle anjo fun aniyonle anjate. In other words, they have it, but they don't have access to it. Therefore, they have to live without it. That's not our story. So, offer man with pride. I eat it because I have it. You cannot eat it because you don't. And I'm not saying the reason you're not eating is because of poverty or slavery, but I can assure you it's because of scarcity. Whether that scarcity is not a product of poverty or slavery, you can make up your mind. But in Yoruba land, you have to be either very poor. Even if you are poor, God save. So you have to be very poor, but that's the second portion. The first guinea is that you must be a slave. It is slaves that eat without oil in Yoruba land. That's a lot for that nonsense about Ndiofe Manu. They don't want you to speak Igbo language, so they are destroying Netflix. Do you know why Netflix left Nigeria? Just in case you were not here when we played that nonsense video. It's nonsense, by the way, because let me not even be politically correct. The person that said this is actually not thinking. I'll play it and I'll play the second one, and then we'll bring people up again.
Bunandi lack self-awareness. Do you know that there's an agenda to erase Igbo language? Yes, there is. Do you know why Netflix left Nigeria? Netflix left Nigeria because they got tired of pushing a propaganda ịmana ndị ofe mmanụ ndị nwenyitere isi n'obodo ha gwara ndị Netflix na n'ọbụ sọsọ movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka ha ya na-egosi na Netflix. Ya mere oge ahụ sọ movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka a na-egosi oge ọbụla na Netflix. Oge ọbụla na Netflix sọ movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka a na-egosi. Anụ ndị ofe mmanụ they are winning because kịta ikpe onye Igbo aka n'ọnụ ọ ya sị gị ọmọ ebe ka a si wee mụta ọmọ. Ndị Igbo one kịta na-ekwu nna.
It says that Igbos used to say omo like Yoruba people, like omo, like they should be saying na because when you're saying omo, is Yoruba people winning. You should be saying na man or na as if as soon as you start saying na your industry will now blossom. Were you saying that thing when you was working? You don't understand. At the bottom of everything, at the root of everything, is not about even language. At the roots is structure. The structure just changed. What you are seeing for the first time since early 1990s. For the first time since early 1990s, it took about 30 years. But what has happened in the Nigerian film industry is that there is now structure. And people who cannot compete in that space are the ones who cry like bush babies. I don't know what else. You heard the bit of it that, just hear everything. Come on, we're lying about it.
No, because they are trying to erase our own language. Ndị ofe mmanụ chọrọ ka ọ bụrụ sọsọ their own language ga do universal. Ya mere ọtụtụ ndị ofe mmanụ na-asị na if you sing in Igbo language you cannot blow, that if you want to blow in Nigeria no bụ sọsọ n'ofe mmanụ ka ya na-asụ.
When I was growing up, I grew up on two different types of music, foreign and local. The local would be Fuji, Juju. I already particularly, a lot of people have been doing it, but then Keke and D1 decided to even push it a bit further. People have been, trying to copy Oyinbo. So you have people like Chris Okotie, you have his name starts with a Wilson, Daniel Wilson. A lot of people, back in the day, their names, there's this lady that sang Edna Okori. That's her name, right? Edna Okori. There's Ben Okri. There's Esen Igbokwe. A lot of people were trying, right, to sing stuff, but mostly we'll listen to a lot of hip hop. And then we started having FM radios, right? In the early 90s, we started having FM radios. So before we used to have only AM. Yes, Edna Ogoli. Thank you. Danny Wilson. Yes. And, and back in the day, Christian Esen Igbokwe became very popular because Omomi Shonrere Tiadarao. Omomi Gbotemi Tiadarao. She's Akwa Ibom. She sang Yoruba. Nobody says she must sing Yoruba. A number of them will use that because, listen, people use Yoruba because of commercial value. Do you want to sell? That's the point. Now, does that mean that if you use your language, you will not sell? Listen, there are people that I know, they sing only in Igala. They make money. Just not Davido kind of money, but they make their own. Because you have your own people that can understand it, and that is good because you get to preserve your language. But you cannot blackmail me into buying that album because I don't know what they're saying. And that's even Igala that the language is close to Yoruba, let alone your own. What do you know that you're talking about? Especially because you find a way to blackmail people and say, why must you use Yoruba to sing? The language cannot travel as far. It's a choice that these people made. It's a commercial choice. It's an artistic, a creative choice. It's not about you ever say if you don't speak English. If you don't want to speak it, don't speak it now. Like when we wanted to change the game, did you hear Nigerians say, "Oh, we have a lot of American songs on Nigerian radio," because FM changed everything in Nigeria. By the way, FM brought us in contact with hip hop. We used to have AM when I was growing up. AM radio, radio. OYO. I grew up in Ibadan. Then we had FM, OGBC, OGBC 2. That's Ogun State. Then BCOS had their own FM station. Then Lagos had, people started having FM stations. So started playing all this music. And then what did they start doing? After the set of them Ben Okri, because we already have the Juju and Fuji, we had Ebenezer Obey and all of, and Sonia Day and Barista, Collington. There are a lot of them. Fantastic work. But younger people are trying to, do something similar. Yeah, Radio Lagos, thank you. Do something similar to what they were hearing abroad. So what did they do? They sat themselves down and began to sing their own songs. Sade. Music. I'm not telling you all the names of the artists. I'm just using examples. Then you had people start bringing up songs, you start having plantation boys, and I'm not even trying to stick to Yoruba song or Yoruba names. It's just, the point is just that people started, what's the word? What's the word? What do we do in the laboratory? Experimenting with stuff, tribesmen, thank you. And then eventually it caught on. Over time, today in Nigeria, we listen more to our own songs than foreign songs. In Kenya, they want to do the same thing because now Nigerian music has taken over the airwaves. They are saying, how can they make it about them? I don't know if they can produce the content, but that's okay for them. The point is that we matched it as Nigerians. We matched the point where it's only when you have maybe drive through all those night shows, because our music is too big. We need to do more Fireboy kind of songs, to be honest. There's actually space in that. There's a lot of opportunities in that space, like R&B kind of thing. Anyway, we essentially pushed out most of the hip hop and stuff in Nigeria. It was not by being a victim. It was by seeing an opportunity and going for it. This clown is going to give birth to children who may also think like this, because this is how their parents also think. Where you cannot say there's an opportunity here, let me see something. It has to be that they are trying to do something. Was it America trying to destroy Yoruba language when they introduced hip hop to Yoruba land? This is your home. You want to do better, Abi? You reclaim it. It's not about why they now singing English, why they now singing Yoruba, and they don't want to have to, because they want to remove Igbo language. You're not even that important. Let's be telling ourselves the truth. Your presence or your absence doesn't affect me. I mean, your presence is blessed. I want you to be there and be there, be blessed. But if you leave, you will not be missed. What do you mean they are trying to remove you? What if you are there, God save you are okay? You know why? Because it's like the sky. You are there, you are flying. You are not touching me. You are not affected. Your success is not a threat to my existence. I want you to succeed. I want you to thrive because it doesn't affect me. I want you to be blessed. Your blessing doesn't. To you because you have a sense of scarcity. That's why I say, if I'm flying in the air and you're also in the air, your presence does not affect me. I don't know whether you're there or not. You are flying your own flying or flight, and I'm flying my own. I'm taking a flight. So, they are doing because they want to remove you. It's because you think that we are you are thinking like a crab. It's not a crab. It's not a bucket. It's a sky. Spread your wings and fly. But no. This is why I tell people from the Southeast, you don't know what you are doing. These are young people. The way they talk. That means that you have this inside in the 1940s, by the way. Inside the 1940s. I have documents that go back to 1949. That's when this thing started. 1947. And that document was about the meeting I held in January. Affected since the 1940s. It's not going to work again. But here's the point: whether it works or not, it's not a problem. Is that you have successfully made unborn generation victims without their consent. How can you talk about music industry and the only thing I think about Yoruba people are trying to stop you from doing anything? Let me tell you what you do. If they don't allow you, you build your own table. Let's even assume that they're doing that to you. So what? When did Nigeria start getting Grammy? No, we're not getting Grammy. What did we have? We had Eddies. Are you animal show? You created this. Not crying around. No, you are not giving us Grammy. Is it because you are racist? Are you not racist? We are Nigerians, so we are also putting our music. You are not giving us Grammy. You created this. Oh, there's no Oscar. You do MVCA. You do SMVC music. You do stuff. You do stuff for yourself. Now you be crying like a bush baby. Anyway, let's hear the rest of the rant and then we'll listen to the other one. That one's about music. I don't even know how. Ah, I'm trying, okay, you know what I mean? Because hearing, listen to this thing is stressful. But let's finish it, please.
Igbo be anyị na-ekwekwo ifu n'ime ha ife ifu n'ime ha ife iche Buhari kpa anyị asị Buhari akpa anyị asị o oke ma onye nka nọ n'ọkwa kịta ọnya kpọrọ ya asị gwogwo onye ofe mmanụ a ha gwara Netflix ọ bụ sọsọ movie ndị obodo ha movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka ha na-egosi na Netflix icheta oge ahụ ọ bụ sọsọ movie ndị ofe mmanụ ka a na-egosi na Netflix throughout ndị Igbo try and be self-aware. Speak your own language. Support Igbo artists. Support Igbo movies. Support Igbo actresses. Igbo actors. They are trying to erase our own language.
I support Igbo people speaking their own language. I support them doing their own movies and speaking their sub. That thing you see is a product of work, a lot of work. A few years ago, one of our own was gonna, try to get, what do they call this, Oscars, right? Then something happened among the committee. Then they said something in Nigerian film. I'm not even going to talk about it intentionally, but that thing pained me because I was really rooting for Kunle Afolayan. His movie would have done well. They chose one. I won't mention the person's movie because he's a creative. I don't want to make it. But there's no way on earth you're going to tell me it was not political. Is that clannish mindset even got into the committee? There was almost a scandal. I mean, I don't want to make anything out of this thing because we don't belong to those who, have we not done better than that now? And the Grammys that were not giving Yoruba Guinea, when Edis was available, Edis is still available, thank God. Hopefully it grows and becomes even bigger. What happens now? At the Ediso, at the Grammys, you have Nigerian musicians getting stuff in Grammys, but not by crying, by working. If you are a parent and you're from the Southeast, I'm begging you in the name of God, save the next generation, save them. This thing is dangerous. You get to a point where you will cry. People look at you and they will walk away as though nothing came out of you. Why? Because they are tired of the blackmail. And I hope you raise a better a new generation of people who can say, you know what, I messed up, I can do this to make it better. I messed up there, I can do this. Oh, you're doing better than me if I do this and do that and do that. Without thinking of destroying the structure just to win. There are people in this country who don't mind becoming king of the ashes, burn down the city, and he becomes the king. That will make them feel better, right, than living in a structured environment. May God bless them. I don't know if I should play this other video. Let's bring people up. I'll play the second video later because that one is, I don't know which one is better. You know what, please, let's listen to the two because we may not be able to stomach the second one after a while. So let's just listen to the two at the same time. This one is about what you Yoruba people, what are you guys doing in the music industry? You undi ofe mano. Why are you gatekeeping the music industry? The industry that the first music recording by an Oluwa is the tune you hear on Channels TV today. Ishe Oluwa Kole Baje. That song was by Fela's grandfather. When did you know what recording sounded like? That you're comparing, just do your own. You can't compare your music with you. Like, this Nigeria is, I just they rob people of their shine. Oh. It was 21. That Fela's grandfather made, that was the very first recording by a Nigerian in the UK. Now, I don't want to tell you where you were that year. Where the majority of your people were. I mean, let's thank God for all of us now. We're all doing well. But let's not be comparing ourselves because we're all in Nigeria. I mean, everybody should respect themselves. But let's listen to this. To be honest, this is retarded. But we'll listen. Take a listen, please, if you can.
Eric's music. I did not. I waited to hear Evado.
Why is this girl angry? This girl is too young to be this angry. Ah. Ogo Eshureo. Ẹkáàbọ yoku. Just angry. Ah.
I said Igbo artists are segregated in the music industry, and some people are coming for me saying, you have to pay before your music are played in TV station. That is not the case. That is not the case. Igbo artists are being segregated in the music industry.
Let's start by, let me even start from there. If you're talking about an industry, they're telling you how it runs. And you're shouting, doesn't matter. I just know what they're segregated. Is Odumodu, is it from Osun State? Is it from Oshogbo IB? Is it from Ikene? Is Flavor from Ilesha? Odumodu is from Ilesha. I've been thinking about it. Thank you, Adeji. I think Odumodu is from Ilesha, Remo. Has to be. And Flavor is probably from Papajao. It's crazy. They know how they do these things, but no. We must cry and say that we are the victims of everything. Let's continue.
In Nigerian music industry, if you are not kissing the ass of Onyofe Mano, you cannot blow. You must have to kiss the ass of Onyofe Mano. Ndiofe Mano have gatekept the Nigerian industry. Yes. And they are making sure that artists from other regions will not excel in the music industry. They are making sure that it is only their own artists that will excel in the music industry. And when you complain about it, they'll say, Igbo artists don't promote their music now. Igbo artists don't sing good songs now. They know what they are doing. They are degrading artists from other regions while they are uplifting their own artists. They are not gatekeep with the music industry. I have spoken with so many artists from the Southeast, and they are complaining of the same thing. These people are gatekeeping the music industry, and you cannot gaslight me because I know what I'm talking about. They make sure that artists from other regions, they don't play their song anywhere, both on TV, both on radio, and even in the clubs. There is segregation in the Nigerian industry, not just in the music industry alone. You must have to kiss the ass of an Onyofe man before you even blow. If you're not kissing the ass and sucking up to them, you cannot blow. They want to be above while others will be under. And when you complain, they will say, Igbo artists don't sing good song. Igbo artists don't promote their song. That is a lie. You cannot gaslight me. You on your TV or radio station or go to the club, it's only Ofe Mano's song that are playing. Other regions in Nigeria don't have artists. I was watching a music station and I waited and waited for them to play artists from the Southeast. They did not. I waited to hear Jerry's music. I did not. I waited to hear Evado, Kola Boy, Aguero Banks, Fino, Flavor, Zorro, and the rest of them. I did not hear it. That is segregation, and I will talk about it. Stop segregating other regions. Stop it. I say.
Only if Ojukwu knew that what he was doing would cause this thing, maybe he would have changed his mind because he just couldn't see the future. You must have foresight as a leader. I don't even blame the girl. I blame their leaders. You have to think of the future. Do you want to raise winners or whiners? Just whining. This is what do you say? I mean, this is a shame. But by the way, by the way, I don't want what to say to this. Just remember that Ndiofe Manu thing. Embrace it. Ofe Manu means prosperity. You have oil. And in our culture, to not have, I'm saying this because of, she says it again. In our culture, to not eat with oil is a sign of poverty or slavery. That means you are nothing for you not to have oil in your food. Onje ofun. And we don't have salt. We are not poor people and we are not slaves. Therefore, we can afford to be Ndiofe Manu. What is she said about music? I'll just bring people up because you already. Someone is writing their flavor. Yes, I thought let them bring the likes of Adi Kabasa. Where is Don Jazzy? I think Don Jazzy is from Delta State. They grew up in Yoruba land. Music. Did you not know Oliver Deco I didn't know that this bigotry thing has eaten deep into. We knew Oliver the Cook now, but you're not going to have a lot of them, to be honest, for obvious reasons. Don't ask me for the obvious reasons, by the way, because if I say it, it will sound insulting. Let's bring Yemi Plus. I don't want to talk about the music thing because if I do, I'll just go on and on and on. I want to allow others. So Yemi Plus, good evening. Oliver the Cook started with Yoruba Land, launched. I mean, Oliver the Cook it was from him I used to hear importer, exporter. We now used to add pure water. I mean, Oliver the Cook was big. Or gentlemen, P Square. So if he's not working now, it means that they are gatekeeping. But if he's working, it means that they are better than everybody. They're retarded. Even Bright Chimeze, I don't really listen to because Oliver the Cook was large, so maybe that's why I knew. But Bright Chimeze, maybe okay. Another thing is I think I know one or two of his songs, but Oliver the Cook was really big. But yeah, Bright Chimeze as well. These people did well now, and nobody had a problem with it. Anyway, Yemi Plus, please go on.
Exactly. So let me go through the comments and
I can't hear what you're saying. Let's go to feel my star shine. Good evening.
Yeah,
Sonny Neji is from Kogi State.
Yeah, good evening, my
Hello,
boss.
feel my shine.
Yeah, good evening, my boss.
Good evening.
Yeah, I've been hearing your live. It's a very, very educative one. So,
you see what they say.
And where you really
we are making noise.
The,
must use everything you see.
Someone is talking.
Yeah.
I found it. Please go on.
Okay. So, I really want to say something like that. Something that caught my attention. When the lady just for me, she's trying to say in the Yorubas, she's calling one song and one they'll get in name according to their own understanding. Like when they don't play an Igbo music in Yoruba land. So when have you seen any Yoruba that is fighting that Igbo don't play their music in Igbo land? Because that thing doesn't even make sense at all. It's just angry for nothing. And you are saying they don't. Do they want Yorubas to be listening to Igbo music in our own? I don't understand those people. Did they even? Are they not crazy? What is she fighting for now? I don't understand. Like she's waiting. Like maybe they will play Vevo. When have you seen Yoruba going to East and fighting the radio station like that? Why they don't play Yoruba there? Why they don't play Yoruba there? Why they don't promote Yoruba there? They have the population. If they want to promote the artists, they can promote it in East. No Yoruba go to East to go and promote Yoruba music there. This is the question you're supposed to be asking themselves. Like, why are you fighting for? Why are you just angry for nothing? These people, Nigeria needs to be restructured. I don't like for you. Nigeria needs to be restructured. It's very, very important because in the future, if they keep pushing this narrative, in the future it will be affecting our younger ones. Look at film industry. There's one author you mentioned of recent. They have to integrate Igbo people to the Yoruba, especially to use the lady as a queen, which is not supposed to be. We don't want to see them that we are by God too, we are doing that. But those people, they are just signing for now. If they are able to take any position out of Yoruba, you see the way they will use it. They are not someone that you can just give a power to. You can just integrate Yoruba society and put them ahead of any Yoruba. It doesn't make any sense because they don't really like us. They don't like when they show it anywhere they go. To me, it doesn't. When you just play, I watched the video on Twitter. I was just like, is this one even normal at all? Like they don't play Igbo music and the mosquitoes and stuff. But where you come to Yoruba man, what do you expect? Please continue your life. This is just a pain me sincerely.
Thank you very much. And some people are writing in the comment section. Yes, Rex Lawson. I think the mother was Igbo. I thought I was probably from maybe Joe or something. I don't know, but he also had Igbo heritage. I mean, people. If the music is good, people will listen to you. Okay. If your music is good, they'll listen to you. Kalabari, yes, Kalabari. Kalabari is Ijo, right? But also the mother was Igbo. Nico Mbaga, I think he was from Cameroon. If your music is good, they'll listen to you. Did we understand Awilo? Did we not dance to Awilo? Many of us here, I don't know about you, but I'm not that old. Early 90s, did you not dance to Makosa? We didn't even know what they were saying. Go. Turn it to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Woo! May God forgive Julius Agu. We danced. It wasn't. If your song is good, if your music is good, people will listen. Music has its own energy. Do Oyinbos not sing Asake song, even if they don't understand what they're saying? Just work on yourself. I don't know how. And by the way, I tell people that will gatekeep. That's how industries are. That's how industries are. And the funny thing is, you have people. What's not Pokoli? When Pokoli got in that space, did you hear anybody say, "Oh, he's Yoruba"? It's not Yoruba. Yes, I did. Oh boy. Oh, Nikki Lotun say, Olu maintain the maintain guys. I don't understand. Till today, I know there's a story about a girl and a guy, but at least now we can translate a subtitle. The point is just that I think this thing should actually make you want to work and do better. And you say you like competition, compete. But the point is, crying doesn't look good on people. Just being a victim, it's a shame. But let's move on to the next person. Thank you very much, my brother Yemi Plus. We'll go to Feel My Star Shine. Good evening.
Listen, now you can give the mic to another person.
Oh, okay. Actually, thank you very much. All right, we're going to go to Jakes. Oh, okay. Yeah, you went before him. Jakes, good evening. So if you've spoken, I might take you down at some point. Please try and understand.
It's supposed to be Yemi before me, sir. It's supposed to be Yemi before
me. He has spoken.
No, you jump him. You jump him because it was Fee that spoke.
Hello, Yemi. Have you spoken? Yemi Plus. Preacher, you and this yours.
I can come down. Spoken. Feel My Star Shine spoken. I can come down.
That's okay. That's okay. Oh, okay. It was Feel My Shine that spoke. Oh, I apologize. So Yemi, hello. I don't think he's available, to be honest, because I called him earlier at that time. He's not available at the moment. So, Jakes, if you want to go on, please do so.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Thank you for a job well done, and thank you. I also give kudos to our forefathers for the way they raised us, because I'm glad they raised us, very differently. And I thank them for a lot of proverbs they used to tell us, which is really helping us today. In that case, I also say something that Yoruba boy, Yoruba ni ojo toro ti o tete da. Lokeyele po ma adìyẹ òwe la fi pa. Ẹyẹlé pẹ̀lá adìyẹ. Wọn kì í ṣẹran ẹgbẹ́. That's just a fact. A lot of them now, they are calling me big God, this and that. Honestly, I just use their case to cool down my BP instead of raising my BP. When I listen to it, because a lot of the things they do say doesn't make any meaning. It's not. Somebody who reasons perfect, we know that something is wrong here. The way, like I told you before, I'm not a social media person. So sometimes I'll be scrolling on my TikTok and I will just come into their platform and I will hear them saying a lot of things. Like what I heard them saying about 2-3 days ago, which, sorry, I've been hearing the name of this lady for a long time. So I went up there. All they were saying was just Yoruba dirty, Yoruba working for pata, one being one pata dirty. They smell. So when they say pata dirty, and this is their men saying this, and I ask them, how do you know? How do you get to know that pata dirty? Can you please tell me? That was the question. Because I reasoned about it and I said, how did you know? And they now say, telling all manner of stories. I said, please tell me how you get to know. It means you've been sleeping with them. So if they are dirty, but I'm not dirty, you're sleeping with, it means you dirty yourself. Because if a woman pata is dirty, I won't be able to sleep with you now. And you know what? They confirm it. One of them say, yes, I sleep with them a lot. I say, it means you're a dirty person. So what I say is just hunger. Anger for no good reason. And I will see this opportunity to tell those that are now, fighting back against their own people. You need to do more better job. Otherwise, if you call me bigot and names, we keep coming for you because you need to stop your own people. Look at the age of that little girl now. Just ranting and angry for no good reason, for God's sake. And Yoruba now is their main problem. What for? What about? We are not made. That's just the reality. Another Yoruba man at that age or Yoruba girl at that age will not reason like that. Will reason very differently. And I just pray. I pray on their platform that God should find a way to separate this country, if need be, if really need be possible. So, we're not.
Ojo Iboloro. Thank you very much. Okay, something was off. Oh, no, it's not your fault. Sorry. You want to come? I'm going to bring you up, please. While you were talking, I thought about something that the girl is young. So why are you responding to it? Because it's a new iteration, right? In the release of products and backlogs and features. This is a new feature, all right? The truth is that there's an assembly line that keeps churning out this thing. And I see it in the elders. I saw it in a 70, almost 80-year-old man who said Igbos developed Lagos, Igbos created Lagos, created Port Harcourt, created Sokoto, created everywhere. Is that thing, and let me say something to you. See, this thing that is making you angry, I'll tell you why. And I'll go to the next person. The reason is this: you are discovering for the first time in your life that you didn't create those things. Because people are speaking out now. Before they were saying, oh, let them just say what they want to say and make themselves happy. But for the first time, they're like, no. Let's tell ourselves the truth. At the time, what I'm about to say right now, the time it happened, the Onitsha did not really consider themselves Igbo for a very long time. If you read a book, Among the Igbos by G.T. Baston, Onitsha called everybody to the east Igbo, everybody to the west Inoani. They didn't call themselves Igbo. So I'm removing them because of how they saw themselves at the time. Now things are changed, so that's okay. Apart from them, the first proper town that was created in the east was created by the British. It was Enugu. It was built from the ground up. Now, God has blessed you. So regardless of who created it, at least you have it. So be happy. But if you don't know your place, you then carry your mouth and go out and tell people that have been existing, they've been having cities and towns for millennia, never mind centuries. You go and tell them you created the land. The thing is that the older ones used to say these things. Maybe they're trying to. I know what it is. I don't like to, like Matembele. You are making up for something. It's not necessary. There's only one group that does that thing. When you try to make up for something. Let me ask a question in the comment section. There's a group. You'll be the one to tell me how this goes. I'm just going to ask questions. You answer. There's a group in a particular country in this world. They claim they built that country. Please, what is the name of the country in the comment section? I'm not even giving any hints. There's a group in a particular country in this world, that group claimed that they built that country. Anybody knows the name of the group? Not the group, sorry, the name of the country. Let me not go for the group yet. Anybody knows the name of the group in the comment section? The group that claims that they built that particular country. The name of the country, also. Okay, no. I've seen 2 people that got it correctly. It's the USA. That's one of the country. There's a group, I said somewhere in the world. Okay, let me put it this way. Outside Nigeria, I'm going somewhere. Outside Nigeria, there is a country with a group, and that group claims that they built that country. That country is the US. Okay? There's a group in that country that claims that they were the ones who built the country. Now, what they do when they say that thing, of course, it's not right, but they are making up for something. And that thing requires some form of propping up to make them feel seen in the world. I won't mention the group. You can fill in the gap. That thing that is absent is also absent in another group in Nigeria. They sound exactly alike. It's because, and I'll find a way to say it in a very soft way, it's because the history of the two groups is actually similar. It's not Native American. Native American never says they built America. It's not Native American. Don't worry, if you look in the comment section very well, you'll find the answer. I'm just trying not to say it. There is a connection between the history of that group in the US and the history of other group in Nigeria. And until they sit down and come to terms, by the way, we also have those things in our own culture in Yoruba land. You also have that issue, we have such groups, but we have a system where we assimilated everybody, all right, over time, all right, and our own society has upward social mobility. Anyway, I'm just saying that to say that I'm not throwing jabs. We've had this issue in Yoruba land as well, so it's a human thing. Divide it in Japan as well, as divide it in China as well, divide it in, but people found a way to get in there. But for these particular two groups in the US and Nigeria, until you sit down and you are actually intentionally honest with your past, you're not moving forward though. You just be hating on anybody, angry with everybody, cursing people out, and changing history to make yourself feel happy. And guess what? The world is not going to bend to your whims and caprices. If you say your stuff, they will tell you exactly what really happened. Nobody cares about your truth. People care about the truth. And if you are lying to everybody and calling your truth, you are in a long thing. God bless you. Well, listen to some people, and we'll go to... Okay, we'll bring some people up now. So we'll go to Adam. I'm trying to look for your full name. Can't find it. So my name Adam Mori wájú. Bó lẹ yọ àná. Adam Òrìṣà. Àwa là àgbà. Ẹ̀yọ̀ Olíko. Ẹ̀yọ̀ Oníko. Ẹ̀yọ̀ Àgéré. Ṣọ́kọ̀lábà ni àti ó ti gbígbági. Ọ̀kọ́làbà. Ọlọ́gẹ̀dẹ̀. Ẹ̀yọ̀ Oníko, àbí? Ẹ̀yọ̀ Àgéré. Ìsàlẹ̀ Èkó. Mo mọ̀, èmi náà fi ń fagbárí dárúkọ wọn ni. Àwa ló ni wọ́n. Tiwa náà mi ṣe. Ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ̀yin ẹlẹ́yọ̀. Ẹ̀yin Ádámù Òrìṣà. Welcome.
Aṣọdúnmọ́dún àròkò. Àbáwá fẹ́kù lọ afárùn lọ. Afẹ́ àṣírí ìdànù àgbò àtọ̀ o. Jakes boy, ìjọba ni mo ṣe wá sókè o.
Mo rò bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Yeah. Jakes boy, you see why I call him Jakes boy? Orúkọ yẹn ti di Jakes man. Ó dà pé bigotry yẹn grew our demand, because when Jakes boy first came, he was a liberal and trying to be like, no, kò ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. But ó dà pé àwọn yọ́mìnì wọ́n ti ṣe kọ́ fún
Gbàbílẹ̀ Jósì orí mi pé.
Ẹkáàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí, bóyá máa ń ṣe nìyẹn. Téèyàn bá léyàn o, téèyàn bá lóun ṣègùn kàwọn ẹni tó máa jẹ́wọ́ ò ní jẹ́. So you see, Prof, I want to thank you for a good 2025 for some of us. You were part of it, and last year I pray God keep us, strengthen you, and we do much better than this. We have that movie in pipeline that you promised us to remember. I'm holding
Yes, I do. I have movies in the pipeline.
The game show, I think next year, don't let's give up. I know how people are scared to show their face. We'll do
That's
it.
the issue. Easy face. People don't want to show their faces, and kò do if people don't show their faces. What did I say? Violence?
Wọ́n ti ṣe gbàgbós káàkiri, so wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́ mójú àwọn kan fi sága àwọn. That's the problem. See, this entertainment of a thing. I have a record label in Nigeria. My brother is an Afrobeat artist, and he sing a kind of a slower R&B thing. So he has been struggling for a while because there's no market for it in Nigeria. Sherry, àwọn Arabi tó ń sọ̀rọ̀, look at the quality. Look at the skills they have. Look at the structure. Kò sọ́jà fún wọn. While you were talking about Bright Chimezie and the Oliver the Cook, they were singing a kind of high life, and high life was selling them. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. Music has no language. If it is good, it is good. Àwọn èèyàn máa gbọ́, like you were saying, gbogbo alájọ́ lẹ̀pa gàù lájọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀. In the 90s, when we were in secondary school, we bought hip-hop word lyrics book because that was make you fly. You man need that like call my mind, man. So kini, like, and we are the people now that they say Ghanaians are saying the same thing to like Nigeria gatekeeping. We can't try our door open. Now, this country is over 220 million. Yoruba is like say 50, 60 or 70 million people. You dish farata. No, you got to make your own food. If you want to eat, you got to make your own food. So for somebody saying, oh, if you don't pay lotto, you won't win. If you don't get in the system, you will not be part of it. I've invested so much. My younger brother invested in it, and still we are still where we are. This is a guy that writes songs for like who is who in the music industry that I then táwọn èèyàn kan bá ní pé wọ́n fẹ́ kó wá dáná kó wá gbé fún àwọn ilé káwọn lè jẹ kò ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe ń ṣe o. Ẹ máa lọ́kọ, ẹ máa ṣẹ́gi, ẹ máa tó àrò, ẹ máa dáná yín, àwọn èèyàn máa gbóòórùn ẹ̀ pé àwọn ń dáná ń bẹ̀ yẹn, gbà yẹn lọ́ máa pè é pé má jẹ nǹkan tó ń jẹ. Try to talk. People keep coming in, so I think I gotta go. Thank you so much, man.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
everybody,
Eshe.
happy New Year.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thanks to you and to others as well for making the platform, keep going. And the stuff you mentioned, the game show. Hopefully, we're going to start in January, and we're going to start again. We're going to continue. No, we're going to continue in January because we started already. I think one of the major reasons is that people don't want to show their faces, but hopefully we'll get our people to show their faces. You just play, you win some money. I didn't talk about it for a while because we may have to change direction, but we're still going to have that stuff. And please, or you can use a different account, and nobody will know that it was you. We're gonna start that thing in January, like along. But thank you very much for that submission. Emmy, you're saying I should bring you up, but I can't see you raise your hand, and I don't even see you in the comment section. So please send your request, and I'll bring you up. I wouldn't mind having you here. I think it would be nice to have a non-Yoruba person. Anybody can come up. It's just that there's no way to bring you up because you have not sent request. Okay, so please feel free to send your request. Thank you. I'll go to J-Con now. J-Con. Yeah, just J-Con. Are you there?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm driving, but I should be able to talk. I was shocked you spoke on this issue because I saw that girl's rant. Was it yesterday? I never knew you would pick on it because she was speaking with Igbo language. You see, that rant was unnecessary, and it's coming from a place of victim, a very wounded victim mentality. Why I said so is nobody is stopping any tribe from excelling in music in Nigeria. You understand? Nobody's, even most popular artists in Nigeria you see today, they are not even Yorubas. Of course, the capital of music in Nigeria as of today is in Yoruba land, and you will expect some sort of Yoruba language, you know, to be mainstream. That one you can't take it away. And most of the promoters that take Afrobeat to the world, especially in London, they are Yoruba guys. So those are the people they know they will promote. But that is not to say they only promote Yoruba guys. It's live because a lot of artists you would think they are Yorubas. They are not even Yorubas. Don Jazzy them. A lot of them I can't really mention, but if you research their origin, you know that they are not Yoruba. They just grew up in Lagos. And I think what you should be talking about is mainly Lagos-based artists that are dominated, not to reduce it to ethnicity. I'm from River State, for example. We have a lot of artists that are popping in River State. They are local champions as far as we are concerned in our scene. They are known here, but nobody knows them nationally. That is
you are Duncan Mighty now. Duncan Mighty.
No, that's what I'm saying. I say we have local artists.
What's his name? Timaya.
Yeah. Do you understand? I'm sure if you go to Ondo State, Ekiti State, they have some local champions there that nobody knows. So that is how you should be looking at it, as opposed to looking at it from an ethnic view. If Igbo artists are in Lagos and they are popping in Lagos, of course they will be known. A lot of them, most artists you think today are Yorubas, they are not even Yorubas. You understand? So making it a Yoruba thing is a very silly statement. Most guys in Port Harcourt, for example, if they want to blow, they will blow in Port Harcourt. Then the next move, Timaya is from Port Harcourt because he left that place and moved. So those guys that she mentioned, Zoro, some Igbo names, those guys are Enugu champion. Your champion in your local city might be a Tupac to you, but they are not Tupac to nationally. If you want those guys to blow, they should move to Lagos. That is where the connection is. That is where the networking is. You can't stay in Enugu, maybe I want to host club appearance, I'll call you, but Alpha, go enter Lagos. That is not how network are made. Network are made from studios, from you go club, over Alpha, we get show somewhere. That is how network are made. So that idea of Igbo is a very silly statement. I heard her saying that. I said these people will never change this. Either they are preempting something, or they are just perpetual victim people, because you can't bring ethnicity into this. Even I live in London. Even in London, UK artists, they complain that the music is dominated by London artists. People from Birmingham, they say, it's the London, because that is how it is. Lagos is a commercial city. Those are the people that will dominate the music scene. You from the smaller cities, once in a while, people will just hear you. That is how it is. National, even in Ghana, people in Accra are the people dominating the music scene. I see sometimes they complain, the people don't put Kumasi people on. That is how it is. But to reduce it to ethnic line is just a very myopic way of seeing things. And I don't know, these people, they keep on playing this victim game, and it's getting out of hand. And people have babysitted them for a very long time. People like your brothers, Fast, the bad guy, Pharaoh Timi, them, they've babysit these people. Showore them, they babysit these people, and they've becoming to think that is how life is. Life is not like that. Life is not fair. You can't be playing victim in a country of 200 million people and 300 ethnic groups. You know, that if you continue to babysit them with this, they are victim all the time, they will continue.
Thank you very much. You know, it's actually thank you very much for that submission. I think what people don't realize is, sorry, I have to mute here, is that a lot of what you see happening now is actually connected to the past. You know, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, if you were a musician, you know what you really wanted to be? Ibadan. Baba Salawo was a juju musician who was living in Lagos. He moved to Ibadan. Why? Because 1959, WNTV, WNBS was in Ibadan. That's the first TV station in Africa. And so a lot of people were attracted to that place. So the entertainment capital of Nigeria in the 60s was Ibadan, not Lagos. People like Fela would travel to Ibadan. If you read this book by Burna Boy's grandfather, the book is called This Fela Sef. Burna Boy's grandfather, Benson Idonije, was Fela's manager in 1964. So he wrote this fantastic book. He wrote about how they would travel to Ibadan to go sing. And at the time, Fela was still singing Nightlife. He would sing songs like Oni Dodo, Oni Moi Moi. And, you know, how they pivoted, got into jazz, and then, of course, was playing jazz apparently, but then got into Afrobeat after traveling, you know, to the United States, Black Power, Black Panther, things like that. Most of them would travel to Ibadan, Orlando Julius, Ibadan. Now, the thing is, you cannot remove their own culture from that. Let's even talk about this thing. I hope it's not going to take me too much of time. You have to understand how music recording started in Nigeria. Please hold on, please. How music recording started in Nigeria. The first set of people that were now in Nigeria, and we did the evolution of Christianity here a while back. The church in Nigeria got its footing in the southwest. It had come around. I mean, the Portuguese missionaries had come around in the 16th century, 14th and the 16th century, to Benin, to Warri, to Ife. But that faded out, and then the Protestants came in the 19th century, in the 1840s. Thomas Birch Freeman to Badagry, and a lot of the Yoruba Saros that moved from Sierra Leone back home, bringing Christianity with them. And that's not that that's where history started, though. I'm just trying to start from the first set of people that were having concerts in Lagos, in Abeokuta. First set of people that were having concerts were Yoruba people. Why did they begin to sing Yoruba songs? Originally, they were singing English songs because, you know, they were Christians, and in their minds, they had to be more European. They began to push back when European Christians began to push the idea of the superiority of their race. Then Yoruba, who were Christians, began to assert that they could be Christians and still be Yoruba. Therefore, they began to change whatever cultural leanings they were having towards British or European culture into Yoruba culture. So they started reclaiming their names, started changing their names from Oyinbo sounding names or European names to Yoruba names. Started wearing Yoruba clothes, started singing Yoruba songs, started having concerts for Yoruba music, started having stage productions with Yoruba language. You don't have that history. And that's even from recording, pre-recording. We're talking about the festivals, the many in different towns, right? Even, I mean, we had yesterday. There's you have the different egun in different parts of Yoruba land. You have different festivals. Ojude, you had Olojo, you had Inife, you had several stuff going on. These are musical people. Their language is also musical, right? And that's why when you were insulting Ashake not to sing Yoruba language, he didn't listen to you. And now when you both are learning Yoruba, you know how to sing like him. The point is, you have to understand the history of music, but you wouldn't know that because, you know, it is well. And I'm not talking to everybody. I'm talking to the clowns who are talking rubbish. Whether it's from their culture, even musically, they were structured. One day, I'm going to do a series on the palaces of some of our kings, the Oni, the Alaafin, and you discover that long before Oyinbo got to our shores, the Alaafin had an orchestra of drums, like a hall, like a space where they play for him. So you have the Yalu, I mean, that's Dudu Ensemble. You don't have that history. Does that mean you are less? That's your business. You can determine whether you are less or not. The point is just that you are different. And difference is not bad. You are different. Like, I don't have the history of... Yoruba doesn't have English history. To now say that, like I was talking about, or American history, when I was talking about Grammy Awards earlier, you can't complain your way into Grammys. If they don't welcome you, build your own table. But like I said, it's not about what she's saying. At the root of this thing is a cultural thing, a culture of victimhood. That's the issue. It's not about what it's not about the music, what she's saying about music. It's a culture of victimhood. In other words, you're able to get what you want by being a victim. You did not start it. It's been around for at least, not at most, at least 80 years. At least I have records from the 40s. That's the issue. It's not about whether people are, and someone says here, Kubo says Yoruba language is very poetic. Yes, it is. A word can mean many things depending on the pronunciation. That's musical on its own. I mean, I did a lot of music, not a bit. I really did a lot of music. And what you discover is, if you know Doremi, that's the basis of everything in Yoruba, including our talking drum. That's the basis of everything in terms of our speech. With music. But guess what? So does China. What we have done with it is, the question is, don't you think you can do the same way you're coming from? And when you were dominating everybody with no structures, you didn't mind that you were dominating, but you didn't bother to create structures. That's the problem. May God give everybody understanding. We'll go to Elenio and then bring a couple more. I just called your name and you went down. Yeah.
I was going to add
We'll bring some people up and then
before.
we'll, move on. Mona finished sang in Yoruba. Enima Bimo back in the. That's true. Thank you for.
Yeah, I was going to add.
All right, we're just going to bring some people up and. Thank you very much for being here. If you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. Please like and share the live. If you're on Facebook, please like and share. If you're here on TikTok, please power tap. Let's try to get this number to 100 before we leave tonight. And thank you everyone who has been gifting myself and other speakers. Thank you very much for your generosity. Like I said, today we're having news and reactions, not particular topic, and it was intentional. We're going to be here again, on Wednesday. Just want to do this and we'll move to new topics in the new year. All right, let's have Darkport. Good evening, Darkport.
Good evening, Prof. You see, all these tantrums is what I call it. All these tantrums and victimhood mentality should stop. It won't make people grow if they keep on with all these things. It won't make you grow. Everywhere you need to make adjustment and grow and go forward. You always point fingers that it's somebody that is not allowing you grow. It's somebody that is holding you back. It's this that is holding you back. It is not a news that we know where this entertainment thing crop out from, and because some people are able to market their culture, their language, their food. Some people are able to market it to the world. And if you notice, let me just go back a little bit from the transatlantic slave trade. One of the surviving language and culture during those period, we all know it. Even to the extent that some people that are not Western African to adopt it. This thing is way, way more than what some people think is just today. If you go to Trinidad and Tobago today, they still sing Ogunwo song, Ogun la la la. If you go to Cuba today, they still sing Shogunwo song. Sometimes I just look at some people don't know how all these things come about. They just feel that some people now. Those people in Trinidad can easily relate to Yoruba. The people in Cuba can easily relate to Yoruba. The people in all these Caribbean countries, they can easily relate to Yoruba. So this is why, even in America, this Oyotunji land, They speak Yoruba there. They have king there. So the culture has already spread at some point in time where other Africans that are not of Yoruba descent adopt Yoruba because these are the language they used to pass information among the slaves. They used to sing war song. The Gongon survived this. Some drums survived the transatlantic slave trade. And that is one of the language of liberation in Haiti, in Cuba. So when some people speak, when I saw the video, I said, this is just an ignorant take. She was just like, okay, let me vent. Maybe some people will support me and start and start pushing some unnecessary narratives that this thing. And as Jaycon said the other time, Lagos is where it is happening. I listened to MI story the other day. MI said it was in Jos. It was either Jos or so. He was speaking right there. And he noticed that I can't really make something out if I don't go to where the market is. He said he had to make the trip down to Lagos. He got to Lagos, man started blowing. He's making money. He's doing good for himself. Because if anybody is coming from outside the country to Nigeria now to come and see, the example is the Dirty December. Lagos was filled to the brink. Most people coming to come and know about Nigeria forces landing in Lagos. And most times when they get to Lagos, they might not want to leave because of what the feeling and the vibe Lagos is giving to them. And the issue is this. At one point in time, Olamide worked with Fino, right? Fino blew. Fino tried to do his own at one point in time. It was in here and there. Sometimes it will come up. Sometimes it will be. That is personal growth. If it's not blowing to the extent of the video, you should look at it from, okay, what am I doing wrong? What can I add to make me get to that level? There are some, in the past 3-4 years, there are some Igbo music that me I like personally. This one by Larry Gaga, Fino, and Flavor. That I think it was Egu Egedege or something like. I personally like the music, and I like how they carry the music. It blew over TikTok a bit. And another one is from Professor Obewe and Zico, because I'm into music, so I know all these things. I follow music, any music that is interesting, I follow. Professor Obewe and Zico. And this guy, Ejaik is pushing this organe drum. You know the organe drum that used to sound this melodic organe. The guy has been using it. He has grown in followers. He has made money. He's been making waves. If he is not pushing it to the peak, is it any other person's fault or any other ethnicity's fault? I think accountability should look like a mirror to some people. Look at it. Look at where you are not. You need to improve on it, and do what and grow. Stop pointing fingers. Civilization thousands of years, 500 years old. People need to understand, and they need to understand this thing. Thank you, Prof. Again,
Eshongon, thank you very much for that submission. You said some things about what happened in the New World. I'm going to speak on it in a bit, but I was told in the comment section that Jaycon was speaking earlier, but he didn't conclude. So I'm going to let him go, and then I'll come back and read something to you from a couple of books on what happened in the New World and what happened with Yoruba culture and other cultures, but we'll do that later. Hello, Jaycon, please go on.
Yeah, sorry, just to add my last point.
And I apologize. I thought that you were done, actually. It was in the comment section just so that you didn't finish. Okay. But yeah, please go on.
What I was trying to say is, even as Africans, musically, there are some languages that are palatable to a particular sound. Yoruba, for example, sonically is palatable to secular music, like all the secular music we listen. If you put one or two Yoruba inside, it's more palatable. Even the Igbos now complaining, their sound, their language is palatable sonically to gospel music. That's why you have a lot of gospel Igbo artists. I don't think anybody's complaining in that regard. My wife is from Congo, and they speak Lingala. I never really listened to Congo music, but because she play Congo music around my house, I realized sonically Lingala music is the best in Africa. It fits into worldly music and gospel music. You can check it out as well. So some things are, the way people look at things, I don't look at things that way. People just look at things from a I want to be victim badly point of view. So I think Yoruba music, we have to give it to them. Is more suited to all the music we listen today. Once in a while, other tribes' music comes across as well, but there's no. I don't see Igbos complaining that, oh, why are we dominating the gospel space? Because they are big in the gospel space as well. I think that is the
submission. Really appreciate it. Now to speak on, what time is it? Okay, we still have about 20 minutes or so. But I want to just speak on what Dark Poet mentioned briefly. It's important. This is from the Yoruba, A New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. Although the Yoruba were among the African cultural and language groups to arrive in concentrated numbers in the Americas between 1736 and 1850, they were not more numerous than many other major African ethno-linguistic groups. Overall, they accounted for about 8.3% of the over 12 million enchained Africans who arrived in the Americas throughout the history of the Atlantic slave trade. Please take note of that number, 8.3%. All the blacks that were taken into the New World, Yoruba accounted for only 8.3%. Of their three major points of disembarkation, there were not more than 12% of Africans carried to Cuba, and there were less than 20% of those who disembarked in Saint Dominic. It was only in Bahia that they considered a majority, accounting for about 40% of the African disembarkment during the 19th century. Despite their relatively small numbers overall, no other African tradition or community of practice had as much influence as the Yoruba in the formation of the New World African diaspora culture during the 19th century. In other words, as many previous observers have noted, the overall gargantuan impact of Yoruba culture and political agency on the New World was out of proportion to their comparatively light demographic weight. Nevertheless, the increasing number of Yoruba arrivals in the Americas during the 19th century breathed new vitality to the lives of African cultures in the Americas. Their presence in large numbers also infused new sociopolitical urgency into the anti-slavery and anti-empire struggles in the Western Hemisphere. The reasons for this Yoruba historical footprint remain a subject of intense and exciting scholarly debate. If we have time, I'm going to read the reasons Yoruba culture survived in the New World and also impacted the black culture, the diaspora culture today. But here's the point. 8.3% of all the people were Yoruba, but Yoruba culture happens to be one of the most obvious, right? It's all over the place in the New World. And the reason, we can't talk about it without talking about the reason. The reason has to do with what they had before they left home. Okay? I'll see if I can find that page. I have to read out that book. The reason is because of what they had before they left home. They had a structure back at home. They had communal life, and they were able to transfer that when they were moved into the New World. What you said, that even outside Africa, when they were taken as slaves, they still thrived, not by telling the Oyibo man to do quota system and also include them in the record label, but by imposing or superimposing their own cultural identity where they were, because they're trying to create a new culture there. The truth is that nobody gives you anything in this country because you are crying. And I want to say something. You see, when we hear the word federal character or quota system, for the most part, we think of the North. Oh, the North quota system, the North quota system. And you may be right. But in reality, there are parts of Nigeria that the only thing that actually gives them edge, the edge that they're bragging about, is that same quota system. I won't mention that group, but you can mention. The reason I'm not mentioning it, by the way, is just because I don't want to, because there's no need. But you know who I'm talking about. I'm going to listen to 2 more people, and then we'll call it a day. We have these sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, at 4 p.m. if your time was African time. So we're going to be here tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to be listening to a recording. It's actually quite nice. And on Wednesday, we will have another session of reactions. There's a video that an elderly Yoruba person put out that actually has some misinformation there. Actually, so we'll see if we get to that on Wednesday, we'll respond to that. But let's bring some people up and we'll hear their thoughts. Who is Obalufon? It's not the same person I know. Hello, Obalufon. Hello?
Excellently executed. Okabe and Brian Diaz with a goal.
Hello, please go on.
Eunice Okabe.
Hello? Oh dear. All right. Omo Baeko, please go on. And I'll bring up
Good
Emmy.
evening, Prof. Good evening,
Good evening,
Prof.
Omo Baeko.
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening, Akwajo Meta.
Yeah, go on, sir.
Share what?
I only want to ask a question. And my question is there no way we can take people like this? Because I've been seeing so many of Igbos coming online saying all sorts of rubbish against the Yoruba people, and is there no way we can take them we can sue them? At least make Thank you.
Dear. Is there a way we can? I mean, if it's defamatory, right? But I think what's happening now is people are speaking up. By the way, people are having press conferences to make it clear that some of the things that are being said are not correct, and I think that works. The case, I think it should be that maybe they say something that is, for instance, when they come up with this old nonsense about Oduduwa being from Igbo land, or that Ile-Ife was originally Igbo land, which of course is insanity, even though some of the intellectuals believe that absolute rubbish. People spoke up about it, but I don't know if we have gotten to the point where we're going to be suing each other. I don't know about that at the moment, but we'll see. We'll see what they do. I think what they do is what will determine if we're going to be moving in that direction. I hope I answered your question. But I think for now is mostly just, for me, primarily is to educate Yoruba people, right? Let us know exactly what's happening, because this thing about doesn't really matter. If it doesn't matter, why are you saying it? All right. So let's know exactly what the true history is. It's not so much about even responding to an Igbo person. It's more like talking to fellow Yoruba people. This is who we are. This is our history. And then once we are grounded in that, we're protected essentially from darts of misinformation and falsehood, right? But then if it gets to a point where Obatin Kojaye, then when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much, Mobeko. So I'm going to go.
Sorry,
yes, sir.
Sorry, I am back. Sorry.
You came back. I know this.
I had a phone call earlier, so I didn't finish my thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me.
So I just want to say this, like people saying we are not embracing them. I remember when Umbiri Kambiri was everywhere in Yoruba land, even when we did not know what Oliver the Cook was saying, we were singing it, and people of that era, like you just sing it, even if you don't know it. And And Brachimeze came with that song that he was telling a story how he went to abroad. Anyabeke, obodo nyocha. That one that he sang, police, the black man over there is committing suicide. It was high life, and that was what we were listening to. But you, Odabi Kimberesi come and look Orogun Ategbe, orin Saleko, typical Saleko, Kinwafe lo Tafara Oyo. He might not welcome it because he cannot relate with it. Inú Saleko ń bẹ̀ lèèyàn tó bá ń kọ́ ti máa kọ́ because orin wa ni àbí kí máa àgídìgbò kọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ play àgídìgbò. It's just like you need, if you want to do it commercially, you got to welcome and embrace a lot of people, own your skill. I've seen people like Soniti Adeshoko was Igbo and he sang Fuji music to like, he was rivaling Pasuma in Mushin back then and nobody said anything because he was good at what he was doing. It has nothing to do with your tribe or your creed. It is your skill. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Yoruba language itself, Orini, Arueyo, like there are some, it rhymes like Emi Ashasha Winnie, Emi Ashasha Winnie, Emi Awobalero, Woyo Woyo. It is rhyme like lyrics in Oro Yoruba YD. Mo gbọ́ fọ̀nfọ̀n lóde olúfọ̀n mo yà mo kó lúfọ̀n. It rhymes. It be rap ni. Orin lọ̀rọ̀ wa fúnra rẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. So we know. I think I listened to someone that was saying something about 2 or 3 syllables words, how they get into the rhythm of music and they blend. Láti ilẹ̀ àṣẹ̀dá ti like fi wá sí ọ̀nà yẹn. And you were talking about movies. I grew up in Ikeja when there was no movie time then. There could be a sikini and one balende baba suwe be 50 kobo 1 naira. I'm a so much polowo ni school. So our school máa dá 1 naira or 50 kobo note yẹn máa gbowó nlé wọ́n máa ṣe tíátà yẹn wọ́n máa ṣe stage yẹn báyìí nínú orí field yẹn ibẹ̀ lẹ máa sanwó lẹ ti máa lọ wò. And that thing metamorphosed into what everybody is eating now. And some people that never went through that theater stage and they felt like Yoruba are just doing this. But àwọn tó jìyà ẹ̀gan ò jẹ́ ọjọ́ rẹ̀ àwọn baba Salanko wọ́n jẹ gbèsè lórí ẹ̀gbẹ̀yìn ni. People have paid their dues. Yusuf Olatunji, Oluwa, Lefty Salami. These Fuji music people are enjoying now before he got to Sikiru Ayinde Barrister and co. People like pave the way, but you cannot just come lọ́sọ̀kan òru kí Nàìjíríà torí ọmọ tó bí sí Nàìjíríà kó wá nípò fẹ́ bọ́mọ America level up. America is like a 300 and something years old country. And ẹ̀ ń ṣẹgbẹ́ gbàtẹ́ jí láàárọ̀ yín good morning la máa ṣe sí yín ẹ̀ní ní káwa tó kù tá a ti dọ̀sán ká pọ̀ sí torí ká fẹ́ bá yín dọ́gba. That's just my saying. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Eshio, thank you very much for that. Thank you very, very much. And I think the real issue is being in Nigeria, people assume everybody's at the same level. And it was one of the things that this man was complaining about, Ken Sarawiwa, in his book On a Darkling Plane, when he said that there's an assumption that everybody's at the same level, but that you can't compare these were his own words, the highly civilized Yoruba with, he mentioned a particular group in Nigeria. I won't mention that group. The truth of the matter is that we are at different levels, and it's okay. It's okay to be at different levels and to understand it, and not to assume that because we're all in Nigeria, we're the same. Because is that thinking of we are all the same is actually what is creating the envy and the anger, and it's been generational. And at this rate, I hope it doesn't continue. Hopefully, when we have, better people, or people that think better, they'll be able to raise their children without the need to act like a victim. If you'd like to support what we're doing, but thank you very much, Obalufon. I want to thank everybody who has been given so far. I saw some gifts earlier. We don't usually stop because of the flow, but I really appreciate it. But if you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details on the screen. Thank you very much. God bless you. Whitey Kubo on YouTube says 40% of Bahia slaves were Yoruba. Yes, 40% were Yoruba. Bahia is actually heavily Yoruba. That's why you still have them selling Akaraje till today. Akaraje, of course, Akara. Akaraje. So you see Akara on the streets of Bahia today. You still see the traces of Yoruba in their rituals, in their liturgy, when they are having candomblé. Okay, Cuba is Santeria when they're having candomblé. Yes, in Cuba as well. In Cuba, you have the Santeria. You still see when you man calling Olori Orin, wait, Orin, Orin Beji. I was in school then. That was when I started getting really interested in this whole thing about the influence of Yoruba
Epo ń
culture.
bẹ, ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o.
But only about
Epo.
so they have that.
Yeah, they had that accent. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, the dialect or what.
Yes, Oricha and things like that.
Ẹ gbàgbé St. Lucia tí president lọ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí ni St. Lucia.
Àwọn Èkìtì ló wà ńbẹ̀. Èkìtì pọ̀ ní St. Lucia. I was reading about them, how they. I think you can't say this thing without appearing like you are. But it's not even about boasting. It's just the reality. You are from an advanced culture. You move to another particular place. You move your structure, your societal structure along with you. The way you are. It's in the book. I don't want to open it. It's a book by Professor Baja Kitoye, where he talked about the fact that the way they had it back home was what they transferred. So they just kept doing it and kept influencing the new world. And the influence Yoruba people have in the new world is, they use the word, inversely proportional to the numbers they have. Very small, but influencing Pogo because of where everybody's coming from. So I think historically, even now, we are all different people. We see things differently. Our music is different. Everything about us is different. And we should just celebrate that rather than, we shouldn't even be competing. There's nothing to compete over, to be honest. All right, let's have Emmy, who's been trying to speak for a bit, but I'm glad you're finally up. So it'd be nice to have your thoughts. Hello, Emmy. Hello, Emmy. Are you there? Emmy has been trying to come up since, so now you're up. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So, first of all, I want to say I actually like this work you're doing. I've been seeing your content for a while. And it's been quite educative. And whatever I can do to support, I would. I can see your details on the screen right now. So whatever I can do, I would. So I joined this, is it a space we'll call it now, or the live? I joined the live around the issue of Peter Obi was going on, and ever since then, there has been some other issues that has come up. So I'm going to try to circle back and see whichever ones we can touch on. So the issue of the music industry thing and the film industry, I don't think that anybody is actually trying to push or monopolize any ethnic group out of the music industry. I don't think that is what exists. I think they are just existing structures and what will I call that? I'll call it first movers that have had certain advantage, that now possess certain advantage in the musical industry. I just think that is what it is. I don't think that it's the South. I think they are doing very well for themselves musically, even in film. I think they are doing very well for themselves. And as there is an issue that I feel like you have already addressed that. The issue about the relationship between Black Americans and people from the Southeast. I was going to say.
No, I didn't say Black American people from the Southeast. I said a group in America and a group in Nigeria. Are you saying is a group? Wait, let me even show my face. Sorry, I beg. Sorry, I just. All right, I did not say Black Americans and Igbos. I said, or Southeast. I said a group in America and a group in Nigeria. Are you telling us that those two groups I mentioned earlier are Black Americans and Igbos?
I am not in the. I'm not trying to mince words, so I'm trying to speak directly. So okay. So I felt, but I think somewhat other people that have come up have addressed that that's what you are trying to say. That it exists in both folks from the southwest, as we can evidently see their presence in the South Americas today. So it's that stuff.
No. Sorry, I think you are mixing things up. The group that talks about what we did in South America is right from what I said earlier about United States of America. The group that claims to develop the United States of America, they have something in common with another group that claims that they developed the entire Nigeria. So
actually, okay. Actually, I think that I don't think there's ever been a time where the Igbos claim to develop all parts of Nigeria. Am I missing something? Have I been living under a rock or something?
I think you are.
Some of these things, obviously, it doesn't reflect my reality. Like I come online and I see some of all these things. Is it that maybe I'm obviously from the southeast? Some of the things you say, like I don't relate to it at all.
So let me say something. Number one, I didn't mention Igbos, but you have made it about Igbos. But let me say something. Is it possible that you have not heard this before? If you say you haven't, then you haven't, and I'll believe what you're saying. But just because you haven't does not mean that it doesn't exist. The truth of the matter is that there's a man. So there's something I've noticed, right? And this is the truth, under God. Majority of the things that makes certain people from the Southeast act the way they do is not even like what they want to do. It was what was suggested to them by their elite, especially in the 40s and 50s. Believe it or not, they still repeat the same thing. I'm going to find you a video of Chief Nwodo. The best of your people have the same rhetoric. It's not that that Igbo people say, yeah, we're going to be acting like this. It's just that your political leaders, your intellectuals said certain things over time. The people now came to believe it, and they've now made it theirs. For instance, when I mentioned victimhood earlier, you may disagree, and that's okay. You have a right to disagree. But as of 1947, Sir Arthur Richards was saying that these people complain. He said they are the ones. He said they paid the lowest in taxes, but they clamor for more and more of everything. Those were his own words. January 1947. The idea basically is that they've learned that if they talk about victimhood or that they want more or that something, they'll get what they want. So if you look at Azikiwe's speech in 1949, for instance, in Aba, his 1949 speech said that Igbos were victims. He said they had paid without representation, that they had given so much taxes that have been used to build other places. Then you ask the question, in 1949, how much taxes came out of Igbo land that was used to build other places? It made no sense, but nobody cared because it furthered the narrative. Now, politicians from the South have used that rhetoric over and over and over again, and now we've even heard it's in one of these other devices. I wish it was here, but I'll find it. I'll find you that video. The rhetoric is the same. You know what? Let me read something to you. Maybe if I read something to you, you will understand. Maybe you don't act that way or you don't believe it, and I respect that. But
okay.
If you act like it doesn't exist, then I mean that's on you. Say what you want to say. I'll find you the video while you're talking.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to the issue of the Peter Obi thing. I honestly felt I felt like you understood what he was trying to say, but you intentionally, or how will I put it? I felt like you. It was in a way you. I don't want to. I'm not trying to sound disrespectful to you. I hope you understand.
Wait.
I felt like you were.
Wait. Don't worry. Before you continue, let's look at this one first, please. One second. We are going to come back to Obi. If your leader requires people to be explaining what he's saying every time, there's an issue somewhere. Umbo, 1 second.
I'm sorry, Prof. Emi, you don't have to, like, you said you want to lay it flat. You don't have to try. If you want to be disrespectful, no holds bad. Bring it, please. Throw it, please.
You won't do that here. Umbo.
Since I have been here, I have been insulted
No.
a number of times on the
comment section.
Comment section. Have you seen,
You know, in the comment section, if you throw it, in the comment section, if you throw something, they will return it. On the stage, if you don't throw anything, we'll just be talking, no problem. This man is called.
And this is the misconceptions that this is one of the misconceptions I was hoping to like address. Like you say, every time Igbos are insulting, not all Igbos are like go out of their way. I want to also say something. Don't use the worst of us to address all of us. You shouldn't use the worst of us to address all of us. I feel like you're an enlightened person, and.
But I mean, we will not be doing PR for you.
No. About phone. Please let him just flow.
As I was saying, you're a very enlightened person, and for an enlightened person to be, I don't want to say intentionally misleading or intentionally want to drive that narrative that this set of people are always like this. It doesn't help I believe we are trying to build, and what we are trying to maybe see, like maybe in the next 20, 30, 40 years, that maybe all these things we are going through today to be a thing of the past. I feel like it doesn't help that, it doesn't further that goal. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Continue. I'll respond. I want you to finish.
As for the Peter Obi thing, I felt like you understood perfectly what he was trying to say, but you re-engineered it, and I don't know if it was for entertainment purposes or for whatever reason, but I felt like you understood perfectly what he was trying to say. And Peter Obi, we cannot make excuses for his communication. His communication is oh my god, his communication is so poor. Like sometimes I'm even embarrassed but I felt like you understood what he was trying to say.
Thank you very much, Emi. So let me just quickly respond to you. Number one, it's not my job to interpret a politician's intent. If you cannot communicate properly to people, that's his business. Okay? Especially when it becomes a trademark that the person doesn't know how to communicate properly. I'm not being paid to help him explain anything. And I even gave him grace by saying what I think he meant, but still saying that what he said was unnecessary. And that's me giving grace. If I wasn't going to give grace, I know what could have been said. About the whole thing that you said is not everybody. Let me play you something. Just take a listen, please. Please wait for a second.
If they allowed the Igbos to thrive and to influence others positively, rather than hounding them wherever they are, I think the country would have developed faster and better. Igbos created Lagos, Igbos created Abuja, Igbos created Kaduna, Kano, most of the country, Port Harcourt. And when you have such people, it is the country.
Now, number one, I don't know anybody that is hounding Igbo people all over Nigeria. Nigeria has some for local governments. Igbos are in many of them. I don't know anybody chasing them out. But you heard somebody, an elderly person, telling you that Igbos created Lagos, created Maju. Boom. Now, this rhetoric, you can come and say it's not everybody. And like I always say it can't be everybody. There has to be a remnant. But there's some that has been entrenched in the average person that makes them say the things they say. And for many years, your people don't respond. The last time we really responded to this thing was in the 1940s, and we said we started in the 1940s, and we rode the wave up until 1960, late 60s. Then we left it, and so we stopped saying it after about 20 years. So we started saying in 48, we stopped around 67 thereabout. And we don't like to talk about things. We just let people be. But it looks like people think that because we don't respond, it means that they know what they're talking about. For the most part, they're talking absolute nonsense. If an elderly person goes online to tell you that Igbos built Lagos, and average people say Igbo built Lagos, and even educated people say Igbos built Lagos, and you say, Mita, I'm talking about it, I'm looking for the worst in you. What is the definition of the best of your people? You are discussing Nigerian history, and it's mostly based on propaganda and falsehood. You hear someone like Chimamanda saying that, it was Nigerian fighting Igbos because we were majority Christians. Talking to a white person, or telling the person that it was because there was oil that was not in Igbo land. Is that not one of the best of your people? The point is that it's not about the person, it's about a culture that perpetuates falsehood and propaganda. Okay, about that. I try not to speak about individuals. It's a cultural thing. It's not a personal thing. You Christian, or you know the Lord, or you studied, or you are enlightened, or whatever. I don't know what determines that, or maybe whatever. I can't. Let me not just give you examples. But the point is, that does not change the fact that most of what we know about Nigerian history, especially from the war, or from our relationships, or from the structure of Nigeria, or from Nigeria history, most of it panders to the Igbos, and the Igbos are used as an opportunity to just act like they know what they're doing. For the most part, historically, history doesn't really put leaders, not just the people, the leaders from your space. It doesn't really show them in a very good light because of what they did. But nobody talks about it because of, let's just leave it alone. Only for descendants of the people who destroyed the place to now insult everybody saying that they were the best. At some point, we're going to speak up and say, wait, what do you really think happened in the past? When we now start saying it, you have people cursing us out. I can't really hear you. Just give me a second. You have people cursing us out and saying things like, oh, you don't want unity. I want unity, but I don't want erasure. Okay? I want unity based on truth, not based on falsehood. I'm going to give you 1 minute to wrap up. I really have to go. It's past 9 now. Thank you very much. Please go on, Emmy.
Okay. I feel like I'll be here. I will be here tomorrow. I feel like we will have a lot to talk about. But for now, you say you have to go now, so let me just leave you now. For tomorrow, we'll continue.
All right. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, we'll be listening to something about the war. I have a topic in mind. We're going to listen together, and we can converse afterwards. And then we'll be here on Wednesday as well. So we have the sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. And like I always say, the sessions are not designed. Excuse me. The sessions are not designed to denigrate anybody or look down on anyone or whatever, but to set the record straight. And if setting the record straight is bigotry, if truth is bigotry to you, it's because you thrive on falsehood. The issue is not bigotry. Looking down on anybody or denigrating anybody, but it's also important to begin to correct some notions. Like what you're hearing right now, this girl did not make these things up. You may think that she's not just a young person. It's not about her. It's not about her. All you have to do is read the book by Chinua Achebe. That's one of the best men that came out of Igbo land. Read his books. 2 of those books. When you read the books, in fact, let me mention 2. The Trouble with Nigeria and There Was a Country. I once listened to somebody from East Africa. I want to talk about Nigeria, and he was quoting The Trouble with Nigeria, and I felt terrible. The book is nothing but victimhood on display. That's Chinua Achebe. It's not about the girl. It's a culture of victimhood. It's a culture. Any small thing we have been marginalized. Where is the marginalization? It doesn't matter. We're just being marginalized. All right. So we're speaking on this, to be honest, first to guard Yoruba people's hearts, so nobody can, gaslight us with anything. And secondly, if possible, Igbo people hear it and they begin to really research history so that they actually find healing. That will also be a good plus. But thank you very much for being here, Emmy. I really have to
I've
go. I
actually
see for the
read those
comment
books
section, but I have to run.
you mentioned. I
Yeah.
read there was a country, I think 2 months ago. The other one sometime earlier.
That book is full of lies.
Okay, can you point me to maybe a book to counter what
I can't
Achebe
point you.
has
I won't
done?
point. I won't point to a book. I'll point you to like 2 dozens. Give me a second. I have to switch audio source. 1 second, please. I have to switch the audio source. Just give me a second.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
So am I clear, please?
It's not as clear as the previous setup.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you're clear. You're clear from here.
Okay. It's not very clear, but let's just use it like that because. Okay. So here's the thing.
It's mute, so we can't hear you. Prof. But we are not hearing.
I hope it's loud enough now. You read the page.
Yes.
You cannot hear me again. Can you hear me now? Trust it, Abai.
Yeah, we can hear now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the best way to counter Chinachebe's book is to do page by page. For the most part, what he's saying in one page is not. It doesn't. Let me tell you something. Let me give an example. I'm thinking about 3 examples at the same time. Number 1, let me give an example. Chinachebe said that this was his own words. There was a country, you can look for it. It says, it was said that Awolowo said, or it was said that Awolowo had declared that if the Igbos left Nigeria, the Yorubas will follow suit. It's in his book. It's not the only one. Even the woman I really love, I really love this woman, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She also wrote the same thing. In fact, her one was even worse. In her book is called Chinua Achebe, Teacher of Light. She also echoed that sentiment. But let's stick with Achebe. Achebe said, Awolowo was said to have declared. In other words, he would do as if he didn't even know if he said it or he didn't say it. He would now say Awolowo was said to have declared. What do you mean he was said to have declared? Do you know what he said or didn't you know what he said? But this is what he said. Awolowo was said to have declared that the Igbos pulled out of Nigeria, if they seceded, Yorubas also follow suit. Ask him, where exactly did Awolowo make that statement? Nobody on this earth can show you any proof. But I can give you 2 sources to see what Awolowo actually said. Read Awolowo in the Nigerian Civil War. Interestingly, a man called Chief M.C.K. Ajuluchukwu, who is also Igbo, actually declared what Awolowo declared. And Awolowo did not promise to leave Nigeria after Igbos leave Nigeria because, number 1, we are not twins and there's nothing connecting us that will make us do something because you are doing it. What Awolowo actually said, and it was in May of 1967. No, May of 1966. It was May of 1967. Before Ojukwu declared, before he now went to Enugu on May 6 and wait, let me give you the timeline. I was in Enugu May 6 and 7 to talk to Ojukwu to persuade him not to secede. Ojukwu told him that he had an army that is more powerful than any army in Black Africa. Later that month, Awolowo had a meeting in Ibadan and then he declared, this is what he said. I have to meet you. He says, if the East was allowed to secede by any act of omission or commission, the West would also pull out of Nigeria. I'm paraphrasing, but the first part exact, verbatim. If the East is allowed to secede by any act of omission or commission, the West would also leave Nigeria. The point was not a promise to the East. it was not said in Enugu or said to the eastern region. It was said amongst Yoruba people, and the conversation, the point of the subject of that message was federal government, not the East. If the East was allowed, not if the East left. But guess what? You read the book by Chinua Achebe, you see it was said to have declared that if the East left, Yoruba people was also, well, why would the West leave because you are leaving? What's the incentive? What makes us, why are we going to do something because you are doing it? That's one. Another good example was when he quoted what Awo said. When he said Awo said that, by the way, I'm sticking to Awo because these are easy ones that I can quickly just tell you without having to open books. He said, Awo said starvation was a weapon of war. Igbos read that and are very angry. Oh, I hate Awo. Awo said starvation is a weapon of war. And I've said it several times. Any human being that has brain will say exactly what Awo said. If you cannot say what Awo said, you are stupid. What did Awo say? Awo said, starvation is a legitimate weapon of war. I cannot be expected to, I'm paraphrasing, I cannot be expected to be feeding my enemies in order for them to fight harder. I'll say it exactly how he said it. Starvation is a weapon of war. I cannot feed my enemies so that they can fight harder. You know what? I'm going to, now that you mentioned, I don't like talking about this thing when I don't have time because it requires a lot of time. What's that book called again?
Just mention it. I'll read for myself. Just mention the book. I'll read for myself.
Don't worry. I want to read from There Was a Country itself. I don't want to misquote him because it will not be fair. Give me a second. I'll find you what Awo said and what I'll put it side by side so you two can see. I hope you understand Yoruba because I say Mumbo a lot. Give me a second. I'm almost there. I found it. This is from Chinua Achebe's book, There Was a Country. Let me read from the beginning. It is important to point out that most Nigerians were against the war and abhorred the senseless violence that ensued as a result of the conflict. Gowon's wartime cabinet, it should also be remembered, was full of intellectuals like Obafemi Awolowo and Anthony Enaro, and super permanent secretaries like Alison Akede Aida, among others, who came up with a boatload of infamous and regrettable policies. That's a lie. A statement, listen to this one. A statement credited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo and echoed by his cohorts is the most callous and unfortunate. Now let's read the statement. All is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. What is callous and unfortunate about that? A person has to be very stupid to think differently from what Awolowo said. Why should I be feeding my enemies? The question should be asked that this man never really attended to us. And by the way, Achebe was in Radio Biafra. He was one of the propagandists for Biafra. Just like Okokon Ndem and Uchechukwu Merije. These were propagandists. He says, Awo said that all is fair in war and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. Here's the question. Who can fight harder, the people or the soldiers? The people were not fighting. It was the soldiers that were fighting. Why should I be feeding my enemies fat for them to fight harder? This man was allowing food to get to the people. Ojukwu soldiers were creating this blockade and hijacking the food and feeding the soldiers with the food. And the man said, I can't be feeding your soldiers for them to fight harder. I must be stupid to be feeding your soldiers to fight me now. You have a war to fight. You have your army, and I'm supposed to be supplying food for your soldiers. And it's calling the most callous and unfortunate. A young Igbo person reads this book, thinks he has read the book from an elderly, whatever, and then wakes up and just begins to say, Awo is a bad man. Why should he? They were allowing food to the people. In fact, maybe I should do a session on this thing. They were getting food in. That's why you have to read Awolowo's. If you want to, the counter to this, by the way, is Awolowo's interview, 1983 in Abeokuta. Was during the presidential campaign, 1983. You're trying to feed the people. let me tell you something. Number one, Nigeria was not. See, God for us all, no hatred
Nigeria
for
was not
anybody.
responsible for Biafra
Nigeria
that
was not
time.
responsible for the feeding of the people. I'm going somewhere. I don't want to say Biafra as like an abstract thing. Nigeria was not responsible for the feeding of the people in Igbo land. Nigeria was not responsible. The person who started the war should have thought of how to feed these people before fighting. That's the first thing. But even though Nigeria was not responsible, Nigeria still sent food and allowed food to go in. Until they discovered that the food that was getting in was being hijacked by soldiers in Igbo land. And that's why I've shown the video here before. Look at the video of the surrender when the officers traveled to Lagos. When they came to Lagos to surrender to, they came with Olusegun Obasanjo to surrender to Gowon. Not one of them looked like they were emaciating or they had problem with food. They were okay. The soldiers were fine. It was the people that didn't have food. Question is this: the food that Nigeria was sending or allowing to get into Igbo land, who was eating the food? Soldiers. Will you not be stupid to be sending food to people that will never get it, but soldiers will be eating the food? And so when he said, I cannot be feeding my enemy fat in order for them to fight harder, of course he was right. The point is, wait, you want, if you read, oh boy, now you have broken my framework. You know what? If I want to have a conversation on There Was a Country, it's page by page. As I'm mentioning it, I'll be there your other books. And I'm not exaggerating. I probably will not give you anything less than 24 books to be able to peel through the book, There Was a Country. As a matter of fact, I think he's the most. He shouldn't have written that book. You cannot want to die on your deathbed and be giving the next generation propaganda like this. So we'll have a session on it. We'll discuss it, and then you can bring the book. Maybe you should even have it on Wednesday if you don't mind. You can bring the book. We'll be reading together. I'll be debunking the statement. It's just a shame that a man of that stature would have his final book be about propaganda. And say it was most callous. Nothing was callous about it. If I were Awo, I would do exactly what I wanted. Awo sent food to people. Radio Biafra told the people that the food was poisoned. Who said that? Who made that statement? His name is Okonkon Ndem. He said that the food was poisoned. The food that Nigeria was saying that Awo has poisoned the food, but they were eating it, but the people were not eating it. If you read John de St. John's book, The Nigerian Civil War, you will understand how Kwashoko actually got into Igbo land during the war. And it was mostly due to the lack of foresight and planning of Ojukwu and his men. But guess what? One thing that Ojukwu has done and has made an inheritance for Igbo is to always point at somebody else for his own fault. He did it. He caused it. So that nobody will blame it. That's the reason he killed Victor Banjo. Read the book by Nelson Otta, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. The only reason Ojukwu killed those people was because he didn't want to bear the blame of what happened in the Midwest. And then you have elderly people come around to say it was Victor Banjo's fault. I heard one grey head saying it was Victor Banjo's fault that they went to. When they were winning, it was not Victor Banjo's fault. Someone says they use starvation as a tool of sympathy. Thank you. Reminds me of one other example. Emmy, one more example. Go online, this one, you don't have to buy a book. Actually, you'll find it in a book by Gordon Labi Sama. The book is called The Tragedy of Victory. But you can find this online as well. You don't have to get a book, but you find it in that book. But you go online and find it. Look for the letter by a man called Robert Goldstein. The letter was published in 1968 in the Morning Post, Lagos newspaper. 1968. Robert Goldstein. Goldstein was begging Ojukwu to allow food, milk, and medicine to get to Igbo people. Ojukwu was taking picture of hungry people and sending it abroad for sympathy. But the food that they needed to eat was literally there, and he did not allow the food to come in. You need to read those things. When you finish, then we can talk. Someone says 20 pound story. We'll talk about some of those things much later. The 20 pound story is also a lie. It's the story that comes from a place of ingratitude. Nobody owed anybody any money in Nigeria. Giving you 20 pounds was an act of goodwill. It's called an ex gratia payment. It wasn't owed. It was a gift. I've never in my life heard somebody, unless you feel very entitled to what doesn't belong to you, that will make you say, what they gave me, I don't really like it. It's too small. So she says, that owe you. So we'll have that conversation, right, some other time. But I really have to run now. All right, I really have to run now. I see people in the comment section. We've been here since 4, so I've got to go. Right. Tuesday, that's tomorrow. We'll have more time to discuss. So please, Emmy, feel free. Maybe Wednesday we can bring the books. This to the end of this year. We're not going to have a specific topic. I just discuss different things. You guys believe lies, and to be honest, I feel for you guys, but it's not your fault.
There's no reason to feel for us. We
No,
are
I
not
do.
doing.
No, I
like,
do. No, I do. And when I say that, I'm not saying it from a place again. I'm not saying it from a place of. I'm not trying to demean you. I'm saying that knowing what I know, and I'm not saying I know everything, but I know some things. I'll tell you the truth. Most of what happened, most people do not know what happened, even till today. I would say maybe even 90+% of you don't know what really happened. And how do I know that? Because of the books written by Igbo people, and I've read a lot of books written by Igbo people on this thing, and all of them maintain a particular point. That propaganda must not die. They are so committed to it, they rather die than for the propaganda to die. And if you ask me, I'll be telling you their books that they've written. All of them. Only, let me see. Maybe Larin Joku. Maybe Larin Joku is the only one that was a bit balanced. Some people will argue Nelson Ota was also balanced in his book, but not in the article in the newspaper, in the magazine. What I'm saying basically is that I'm not saying this to belittle you. I'm just saying that the way you act, the way people, the anger is coming from what they've been fed.
I honestly don't understand this anger. This anger, like I don't even understand. I'm not an angry person.
No, you don't understand. It's not about you. I said you probably maybe you
I have friends now. Like it's that maybe we grew up in a different environment or something. Like I don't.
You may be a million, sincerely. I'm sure there are many of you. You don't care about Allah. You love your neighbors as yourself. There are many people like you, and I've met a lot of you, and that's why I'm also very careful with the way I speak. Because if I go by the retards, we'll just be talking fire for fire. But I know that people like you and you are many. But no matter how many you are in the minority. And the way you are going to know is when we begin to discuss the war. That's when you begin to know whether you really understand what happened or not. Right now, we can all speak English and it's fine. If I bring up what I just said right now, if I'd asked you a question about it, you'd have told me exactly what Chinatebe said. Because that's the book you've read.
You know, some of these things is that we have the benefit of hindsight to be able to interpret it in, how would I put it now? We have several accounts we can.
He also wrote the book. No. Chinua Achebe wrote that book just before he died. He didn't write it during the war. He also had the benefit of hindsight. He was writing about 40, 50 years after the war. It was about 40 years after the war that he wrote that book. So he also had, yes, now, there was a country, it's his last book before he died now.
I think 2011.
Yes, the war ended in 1970. 1970 to 2000, that's 30 years. To 2010, that's 40 years. He had 40 years hindsight to write that book, and he still wrote propaganda. His commitment to propaganda, not hindsight, is not a problem of hindsight. It's a problem of commitment. He said something. He was in the directorate of propaganda for Biafra. He was a roving ambassador for Biafra. Why do you think your people hate Azikiwe today? Well, because of Biafra. They liked him before then. So, hindsight, yes. But I'm not going to say hindsight for a person who had 40 years to write a book and still wrote what he would have written before the war and during the war. Someone said lack of accountability. That's true. It's commitment to falsehood and lack of accountability. And they have transferred it. So if you talk about the war right now, the average Igbo person, maybe not you, but every Igbo person tells you what everybody did to them. not what they did. And that's a shame.
No, I've done enough reading on my own to know that we cannot really absolve ourselves of this is what they did to me. We didn't do anything to people. Like I read enough to know that we did our own fair share of violence.
Thank you. Even with Tom, Nigeria will be better.
Also, something I would like to comment on is that if we are really going to, because I don't think anybody is going anywhere in this country, nobody will go anywhere. If we are really going to stay in this country
on TikTok, please.
And live together, I feel like this supremacist view that this is better than this one, or my Igbo is better than Yoruba is better than Igbo, Yoruba is better than Hausa. I feel like we have to drop it, and we have to come.
Number one, to say that Yoruba is better than Igbo is disrespect to myself and my ancestors. I can't even contemplate the comparison. It's disrespectful to my entire being.
So is it to say that you uphold this supremacist idea that you are of a superior?
To use the word supremacy means you are comparing. What I'm telling you is that comparison itself is an insult. I can't compare with Igbos. We are different people. It's not about we are better or you are worse. It's not about that. We are different people. It's not about comparison.
Okay.
We are different.
Okay.
Now, when you begin to act, we will now know if the culture where you come from is evolved enough to handle the complexity of the conversation you are having. So that the comparison, the comparison you are looking for is not in whether I'm better than you. Is really in the kind of it's really in the way you engage the world. That's where the issue is.
Like your general disposition.
Yes, if your value system doesn't go beyond I'm marginalized, I'm a victim, it means that on the ladder of evolution, you're on the lower rungs. It's not about comparison. Again, comparing you, it's an insult. You don't know how insulting I to even think about it is. Let's just leave it alone. But the point is that if you want to, it's not about comparison. There's a ladder of evolution. There are certain things that you go through in life, and you can tell exactly where you are on that ladder. If you look at where you are on that ladder, and you can determine where you are, regardless of where others are. So, for instance, I want to determine where your people are on the ladder. I don't have to say, where's Greece? And I'll say this, as a Yoruba person, I want to compare cultures. I don't see any culture in Nigeria that I can compare Yoruba to. That's a fact. The only one, or maybe a few, maybe Hausa, before Fulani came. They had a culture before Fulani came. Or the Kanem-Borno Empire. But the one that can really conveniently compare ourselves with, the English, Roman history, Greek. That's the one that I want to say, okay. But in reality, which comparison do we have in Nigeria? There's no comparison. But the question is, what's your worldview? What's your worldview on material things? What's your worldview on responsibility? How do you handle character? Those are the things that how do you create structure? What kind of structures do you have in your society? Those are the things that will determine where you are on the ladder of progress. It's not in comparison with another group. But we are different. We are not even comparable.
Okay, I agree we are different, but what was I going to say?
It is well.
Okay, we are different. But anyway, it is your opinion, and I have to respect it. So,
let me ask you a question before we go. You know the English, have you? British Empire. You know Britain. England.
Yes, I know British.
Would you, if you want to discuss history, would you compare them and the Balkans? Let's say folks in Yugoslavia.
No.
Why not? Are they not both white?
They are obviously, the British, they ruled this world for 200 years, though.
Okay. So which one is higher? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Just give you an idea where different people are in Nigeria. Some of us are. Thank you, Okute. Some of us are. We are different. Let's just leave it at that, out of respect. But if you really there's some books I can recommend. Read a book called Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Okudi Banoli and understand the ethnic evolution of the Igbos. Every group is blessed by God, but we are definitely not the same. Alakoy says, ask him which other tribes in Nigeria is attacking other tribes, comparing themselves with others, claiming victimhood and so on among more than 250 other tribes. That's somebody from YouTube.
We're not
Somebody wrote
comparing
something on
ourselves
YouTube.
with
I'm just reading
we're
somebody's
comparing
comment on
ourselves
YouTube.
with anybody. Like,
You, Emmy, you may not be doing that, and that's okay. You may not be doing that, but the vast majority of those who insult every ethnic group in Nigeria, you just said one of your elders, they created Lagos, they created Port Harcourt, they created Maiduguri, they created everywhere. It's just so funny. They created Port Harcourt. It's so funny. He didn't mention Onitsha, he didn't mention Oka, he didn't mention Owerri, he didn't mention any town in the southeast. This is a person who Enugu was created by the British,
this is what I'm
but
talking
the man
about.
created the rest of the world. When you tell people that,
In every culture, we have this sprinkle of people that talk
for
without
you, they're not
reason.
sprinkled. For you, they're not sprinkled. It's like the majority of the people. But I was supposed to go about 20 minutes ago, and you kept me waiting. I might as well bring one.
I'm sorry. We will let you go.
But please, I like the conversation. I like us to discuss maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. We can actually go deep into this whole contradictions. And there's a book I recommend to you again. I hope you're writing these things down. We should get that deal. I don't know. Maybe you change your day. One of these days, I'll read to you what Igbo intellectuals, the ones in universities, Igbo lecturers. You know what? I'll bring somebody up. The person will speak, and I'll read that thing. What time is it? 9:45. Let it show. Blocked by you. Just take 2 minutes. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This is going on.
Hello, Prof.
Hello.
My name is Lanrumi Shore. One of the things now, I'm of enemy. Benny, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate you, sir, for a fantastic job that you are doing. Your resolve has no comparison. Thank you for a job well done. So somebody mentioned earlier about suing some people for defamation. You kind of like suggested laughingly, maybe defamation. I think what we need to do more is protect our space. For instance, Nife Leni, there are so many Igbos. Not that I have anything against the Igbos, but the Igbos also have what is called self-preservation, whereby before they sell a piece of land to any outsider, they have to verify. All over Yoruba land, they will just do things any kind of how, and we're talking about suing some people. Why suing them when we can't even protect our own space? All over Ile-Ife today, my goodness, transactions are just going on. I was talking to my brother the other day. They were talking about preserving or selling some of my father's property that he left. My father's house is right there, in Neremo, right there. My father's name is Johnson Sakin, right there. And they were talking about selling some of this other stuff. Benny, they said they want to sell, and some of our shops, even the shop underneath, I don't have anything against the Igbos, but beyond suing them, There has to be, our communities have to be organized. We have to know who is inside. Right now, everything's just running haywire. Everybody is doing whatever what they want. The Igbos are all over the place. And I have some Igbos where I currently work, at my place of work. And right now, to the extent that the other day, I was just mute. I decided to be mute because the other Igbo colleagues of mine, they were telling someone who picks up specimen, and were telling that guy lies. The guy is a Jamaican. They were telling him lies that, oh, now Nigeria is so bad. Oh, things are so expensive. I'm looking at them. Are we from the same place? All because Yoruba is the president, and they don't know their own independence. Whatever what they want is also going to go through with the person that is in power. And if we ever miss it now, it is done. It's not only going to affect us, it's going to affect even them. But they don't get it. Just like what you have said, that the past leaders, they have brainwashed these people, some of the Igbos, to believe the things that are not true. But more importantly, beyond suing anyone, we have to protect what is ours. We have to preserve them, our land, our shops. I told my brother, I said, you cannot even begin to give the shop, like we be about a shop, while Lenny, tele. It's owned by my father. Was owned by my father. And the next door to it, the house that is next door to it, is also owned by my father's junior brother. And they have to lease that shop to an Igbo man. I said, instead of selling some of these things to an outside, mostly it will be the Igbo person that is going to show up. Why not sell it to one of us? At least that's what my great-grandfather will have preferred. So I just want to, this is just...
Okay, sorry, please round up.
This is just what I just wanted to highlight. Beyond that, somebody have to start telling us we have to preserve our territory. You cannot fault the Igbos for doing the same, because they protect. And one of the Igbos said to me, even at my place of work, they told me, "Oh, you guys are just stupid for selling your stuff." I said, you guys are selling your own Lagos because you guys sold your land." That's just my submission, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eshengo. Very quickly, thank you, Eshen. Number one, the thing is, buying land doesn't make you the owner of the land. That's something. It makes you an occupier of the land. That's why nobody gets a certificate of ownership. Everybody gets a certificate of occupancy. So you get certificate of occupancy, not certificate of ownership. Nobody that buys land in Yoruba land owns it. Everybody will be okay later on. But I think it's actually important for us Yoruba people to become more conscious of these things and lease rather than sell. We always have people come to our space, right? And you're right. One of the groups that actually understands self-preservation the most in Nigeria are the Igbos. They don't sell land anyhow. Why? They have little of it. The entire southeast is about 29,000 square kilometers. The state alone is over 28,000 square kilometers. So think about that place. There are many people. The people there, it's actually the most densely populated part of Nigeria. It's the most densely populated part of Nigeria is the southeastern states. So the point is that you have little of it, so they conserve it, and it's not bad. It's just that a Yoruba person, you have a conversation like, are you being bigoted? Go home and do it. It's about the person say, oh, the money is very expensive. You go to it's not about the price, it's about availability. Even amongst themselves, did you not see what happened earlier this year? An Ebonyi person built a house in Onitsha, and the house was brought down. Why? I don't know whether they didn't know that the person was Ebonyi when it was building. So they have that kind of thing. We should also think about it, not necessarily to push people out, because our land will always welcome people. We will always attract people from everywhere. But we have to normalize leasing rather than outright sale. And I say that as somebody who was also part of selling. right? Before I change my mind, it's important to lease more than yourself because if not for anything, what you are seeing in Nigeria and when people are talking about land, as if, and the funny thing, but see, Yoruba land, when you say you bought land, you still remember where you are from. So you don't really, how many Ogbomoso people have land in Ife or in Ibadan, or Ekiti people have land in Lagos? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean that you have not forgotten where you are from and you're now struggling with the owners of the land. It's only when you lack something that it becomes so big of a deal to you that you're shouting, I bought land, I bought land. What is the land? And the person probably bought half a plot. But I mean, the point is, number one, we have to normalize leasing rather than selling. And number two is that when it comes to this whole thing, everybody gets certificate of occupancy, and the maximum, not minimum, the maximum period of occupancy is 99 years. It's not the minimum. It could be 5 years, it could be 20 years. All this nonsense that people are doing. Any policy can change things. So all this, the Bobotan say, nobody wants it. But thank you very much for that submission. But people, our own job is lease rather than sell. And the reason people sell these days, to be honest, primarily because people are not at home. Most of us are not where our parents were. Most of us are not living in our towns. And the houses are going to... People say, they need the money to send children to school. Number one, if they use that to send children to school, what's bad about that? But for the most part, what I've noticed, especially for those who live abroad, is the fact that there's nobody to take care of those houses. So you just want to sell it off. It's better to have... This is what we did. You get somebody to take care of the house, you put it on lease, and then the person is taking care of the house for you. It could be 5, 10, 20 years, and then I'm going to go there. But that house does not belong to the person. It belongs to you as the owner. So maybe we should keep doing that. We should normalize that. The other part is a policy thing, is a governmental thing, where I don't think for time being so much of a trust fund. To pay tí èèyàn bá fẹ́ talé investor ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ talé, ó máa ní àpò tó máa ti máa yọ owó láti rà fún preservation. But that's it's a very long thing. I'm not going to talk about it tonight. But let's just move on very quick. So thank you very much, Mr. Missouri. Let's go to Smile. I can't believe I'm still here, but I have to run after this submission because we have to. Good afternoon, Daily for sure. Thank you for joining us. Smile Edge Musics. That's your username. Are you there? You're talking about coming up to speak. I saw you in the comment section. I can't hear you. Okay, I don't think the person's available.
Lagging on my side. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Pastor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but
okay, maybe I should just go ahead and speak because it's
just go ahead.
On my
just go
side.
ahead.
I don't know
I think this is lagging. You're lagging.
Okay.
Lagging.
Now I would say that please. Can we all go? We can all. Can we all? Can you realize that there is a bit of silence now after Trump has done what he has done because the expectation was different from the result that they got. Maybe they were expecting that Trump would be the Messiah to come and liberate the land and set them free. So, but they saw that what the Americans were talking about is different from what they are pushing for because they have the overview of everything. So I will say that the way things are going now, there is no need for us to be saying that we are suing anybody, but rather we should continue to speak. They are making money when they are creating content, but in as much as they are making money creating content, we should continue to counter it because if we stop talking, what is in the mind of the people, we will not be able to correct it. We will not be able to tell them things that need to counter what they have in their mind. The reason why what their fathers did lingered on was because there was no social media. And Yoruba was like, we don't want people to be angry. We don't want to get on the nerves of others. Let it just rest. Let it just rest. Let people have a free day. But now that there is social media, if anybody can just pick up a mic and say something and it goes viral. and it becomes the rhetoric, it becomes the norm. So if we silence them, then we will not be able to correct whatsoever they say. That is number 2. Number 3 is that I try to.
So
I'm trying to.
what's the number you're going? What's the number you're going to? Are you going to stop at number 3?
I'm stopping now. I'm stopping now. Number 3, because you have to go.
Okay.
Number 3 is this. I'm trying to compare population and music. Why is it that if you don't do your music in Yoruba land, you don't go viral in the world? Does it mean that Yoruba listen to more music, or that the population of Yoruba seems to be more than every other people that are claiming they have more population? I'm just thinking. I don't know whether that is true or not. Why is it that even in the whole world now, right now, if you don't do things in Yoruba way, it doesn't go viral? That means your consumers are Yorubas, and that means Yorubas has a population, and that also means in the other way round that you don't have the population, but you claim you have it. I'm just thinking out loud. I think we should just think about that. And I want to say Happy New Year in advance to everyone. You've been able to push this thing for 1 year, and you deserve a kudos. This is very great. And I pray for more grace to continue in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that submission. And yeah, thank you. I have so much to say, but I'm just trying to follow time. But yeah, we'll get
Prof,
deeper into this.
can I get 20
Post in the comment
seconds?
section.
Just 20
That
seconds.
words. Oh yeah, 10 seconds. Oh yeah.
Okay, and see, the reason why we need to debunk a lot of these things is that I noticed something in my looking at AI. If you ask AI a question, it will tell you where it gathers all these facts, and most people believe these things are true because they will tell you, so maybe AI is saying this, AI is saying that, but AI gathers information from all the past news or all the past places this thing appeared from. That is why we need to debunk any rubbish that is said about us now and not later, because they will tell us, oh, AI is perfect, it can't do no wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's this thing about digital footprint, and to be honest, you're right, people, we've been very quiet. I know that is very correct. We've been very quiet, playing like really matter, oh matter. And again, it's not. We're not doing this to say, oh, you're wrong, I'm going to fight you. No. The first, my primary audience, Yoruba people. The idea basically is to let us educate ourselves. Again, you should have compassion on people. If people are suffering, have compassion. They will say, we went through war, there's compassion. But anything that will make you weaponize my empathy, that thing, in fact, the only thing that can make you weaponize my empathy is ignorance. And if I can deal with that ignorance and I know what really happened, I can show you compassion without having to let go of my agency, right? So the truth of the matter is that we have to keep putting especially when it has to do with Yoruba leaders, Yoruba elders, Yoruba culture, Yoruba people, Yoruba women, Yoruba music, Yoruba movies, Yoruba anything. You set things right. Nigerian history, where one group wants to be the sole eternal victim of every story. If that's the lot in that, that's okay. But to what is the parents might affect Yoruba people, because you have young Yoruba people who also hear these sub stories. Before you know what's happening, they've left their birthright because they want to prove that they are Nigerian enough. They are tribalized, and we have to make sure that we also counter things like that. Hopefully, in all of this, Yoruba people must hear it. Other Nigerians must hear it. If the Igbos then decide to heal, that's fine. But if they don't decide to heal and get better, at least the other people will be armed with information, with the truth, and you won't be able to blackmail them. And if you get that done, that'll be fine. All right. By the way, someone says, excuse me, Madam Katrina says, they took our silence for granted and mistook. They took our silence for granted and mistook our compassion for admittance of guilt. Exactly. There was a lot of. We'll have another session on this. It took 11 years for Yoruba people to speak up against what Igbos were doing. 1937 to 1948. 11 years. and they kept speaking up until the 1960s. They really went down because of the war in 67. 48 to 67, everybody collected because you are not going to blackmail or gaslight everybody. But after the war, like, oh, they went through a lot. They went through a lot. But apparently, people are taking that to mean that, oh, you are guilty or something. Nobody's guilty of anything. And with this election, I want to thank Peter Obi and everybody from the Southeast, for taking upon themselves to ethnicize the election, and for most of you from the Southeast to insult your Bible because of the election and because of the president. Thank you very much, because what that does is that it now allows folks who were sitting on the fence and just trying to be calm with you to tell you the truth. For people like me, I'm going to tell you, I'm always firm. I'm going to be very firm, but of course, respectful. And hopefully you listen to people like us. If you don't, you're going to have others who will not care about respect. And that can be harsh. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for being part of today's session. If you couldn't come up, I apologize. It's because it's even me. I'm trying to believe that I'm still here at this time. But thank you very much for making today's session a success. And thanks to everyone who tapped, who power tapped, who shared, who liked, who commented in the comment section on different platforms, whether it's on Facebook, on YouTube, or on TikTok. I couldn't read anything from Twitter today, but we'll see how far we can go next time, all right? Someone said the 2023 election opened our eyes. Yes, it did. Like I always do. So I've read from YouTube, I've read here, but I want to quickly see something on Facebook so that I want to make sure that everybody feels. Oh, there's a book I opened earlier to read something for this guy. I just saw the book again. I was going to read to you what your intellectuals told Nigeria in the 1960s and compare it to what your intellectuals are telling Nigerians. Compare that to what your intellectuals are telling Nigerians in 2025. It's the same thing. So I'm not the one you tell, but we're not really like that. Maybe you are not like that, but it doesn't change the fact that. And you say, you use the word that, don't use the worst of us. Well, I'm talking about the best of the people. It's amazing. We're going to continue from here next time. Thank you very much. Before we leave, we're going to play the anthems. Are we good at the comments? Someone said the audacity to flag Biafra in Lagos State. We're nonsense because everybody is aware what's happening. And with yesterday, we also know that Lagos is not no man's land. It belongs to some people. And if you have to see that to understand things, culturally, you are not involved. But regardless, we thank God that that was displayed. To those who gave us gifts earlier today, thank you very much for your generosity. The roses and the hearts and the donuts and all of those gifts. Thank you very, very much. If you like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up on the screen, and it will be much appreciated. We have the sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. It's past 10 now, but normally we usually end around 8:30. But for some reason, it's the end of the year, right? So we're just chilling. We're going to chill again tomorrow, but tomorrow is going to be audio. They'll have a great time talking. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Before we go, thank you, Lori Esho, and thanks to everybody in the comment section as well. Before we go, I'm going to play the anthems. So let's listen to our anthems, Nigerian anthem, and also the Yoruba anthem. Okay, if you know the song, please sing along. If you don't know, let the lyrics, please. Thank you.
In brotherhood we stand, Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our that truth and justice reign in peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain to hand unto our children a banner without stain. ṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òdàdìde bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
All right, àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ni wọ́n kàn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́, ilé wa, ọ̀nà wa ò ní bàjẹ́. Bọ́dún ṣe ń parí December ní kó wa mọ́ ẹrù lọ. Kí lórúkọ orin tí àwọn àìmọ̀ kan máa fàṣọ yìí? Ọdún lọ sópin, bàbá máa ṣọ́ wa, Ọlọ́run máa ṣọ́ wa. Àní gbọ́ láburú síra wa, àní gbọ́ ìròyìn ìbànújẹ́. Bí ẹ wà nílé ní abẹ́ wà lẹ́yìn odi, ẹbẹ̀ wà lókè òkun, ẹni gbọ́ ìròyìn ìbànújẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. A máa rí ọdún tuntun. And we're going to have more conversations in the coming year, but the rest of this year, please feel free to come up at any time. I want to make it a bit freer with our conversations, at least since we don't have any specific topic in the next couple of days. So thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. I'm going to continue with the conversation. I'm sure we're going to have a great time together. Do have a lovely evening. God bless you. God bless your family. And God bless Yoruba land. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much for being here. Odaro.